And I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself. You don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them. You don't prepare your own meat. You don't own your own land. You don't have a seed going in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Rocket mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South. We're in the heart of the South right now.
Yo.
Who knows how to fish?
Are you ready to revolt?
Hands down.
What up?
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Go on, say, put a like up in the chat, say something. Oh, I see some chat. All right. I need to refresh my chat.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Oh, what's up? I'm just chiming back in, keep my streams going. We're going to let a few people roll in. I'm going to go grab some stuff. We're going to listen to another song and then talk about some DNA. DNA. Matter of fact, we're going to go straight to that hard coup.
Moronic script in my car too. Roll through with them arches. Hard coup. That's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Netherite hoop her. Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear 'em. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tumor line with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots. While your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Ain't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, You're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check 'em. I know the syntax. Every morphine and before me. The scholarship top line dog and the flow mean. And my debater make the fraud quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Mijal was a scary man. And he is though, I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays. You dig? Magi artists. Dead period.
All right, what's up? So y'all know our last little conversations we was having was pertaining to the genetics, right? And we was talking about the DNA. We was talking about how people reference the Shuniman article. Shuniman et al. 2017. Et al. Means and others. I gotta drink a tonic water, whatever it is. Water with the bubbles. They like a fake soda. Like them. They ain't got no sugar. So I'm looking through one of these videos. I'm gonna let other people do their channels how they do them. I ain't got no advice for nobody. I ain't fucking with nobody page no more either. I ain't going on nobody panel. What for? Guys gonna have to pay me. But we still setting it up and I'm looking for stuff. Real quick, because just on this last show, craziness got to get the kicking in. They got to talking about saying everything from geneticists was doing tests without enough data. Other kind of claims. I don't have to reiterate everything. I'm kind of looking for it. But I'm trying to see if I can. We're getting so funny when we be listening. These shows be hella hours though. This is 7 hours. All right, I'm gonna hear about this.
So what are you saying he wrote the paper to establish what?
He wrote.
Now watch this. Let's listen to this little discourse.
What's up with you?
And they all got Yeap positive markers too.
Peace to the panel. What's going on?
We in here trying to get some clarity.
I ain't heard Goldie's whole rebuttal, but he's allowed his. I heard him say something about something. I ain't mad. It's cool, but I just think there's a lot of confusion still. Some of the things I just heard you guys read in the source about what Hawaii said the data was applicable for. Am I correct on who that was speaking when you was reading that source, Chef?
Yeah.
All right, so I got a few questions.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make a statement. One of the main things that keep getting us confused is because we read what Zahi Hawaii said about a study and a survey he conducted.
Right.
Now you can tell me if I'm incorrect. When I'm incorrect,
right. You're right. So
he was not talking about another geneticist going behind him and taking his data and popping it in another calculator.
See, that's facts. So already everything they was talking about what Zahi Hawaii said, it's so bad. If we was in school, teachers would be like, you're not even trying to do the work. Zahi Hawaii said that in 2010. Another geneticists did another survey in 2017, or even after that. He can't say that he was referring to the 2017 survey with what he said in 2010.
He made no remarks about that. And so that's why I was listening, shaking my head, like, see how this is doing? Zahir Wawas ain't even talking about Shamaka Kieta. Now, let's just be simple for a minute. If we think it ain't enough STRs to do the test, then why would a geneticist write a paper on it and present it to the world, specifically Shamaka Kieta, Gordine, and Anslin? Why would they do this if Gozi is right?
No one wants to answer that question. Now, Gozi went and found some messed up source from probably a year ago that say something about 21 STRs. I'm showing y'all every source. First of all, let's go back to the document. Okay? What does the document say right here? Analysis of eight pairs of STRs, 8/13. So if you had all of them, how many would you have? It don't say 8/21. It don't say, it don't say 8/17. It say 8/13, but we're gonna just keep on keeping on. Let's listen. Oh, this is the right show? Is this show?
So what are you saying he wrote the paper to establish what?
He wrote the paper to refute the 2017 Shuniman article that stated that there was an influx of sub-Saharan African
in
DNA.
the Arab trade, right, the slavery.
Cats who want some light by refuting me, asking to drop the link, cash at me $15. Or get your own show popping.
Right.
At the end of the article, he took Zahir Hawas's old data from the Amarna mummy and reprocessed it.
All right,
and
now
gave
look.
us different results.
Look at what 42 tribes say. Look at what everybody say, acting like they know what they're talking about. All right?
And so the simple question is, if everybody is what everybody is saying about if 8 ain't enough, blah, 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 then why would Shamaka Kieta do that?
No, he was just showing Kieta was just showing that if you did that thing, you can get different results every time. He said even his results, you can get different results if you did it the other time after his shit.
That's incorrect. He was not doing that to show that you can get different results every time, but he did give a disclaimer that say a different calculator may render different results, or something may render different results. But his point was,
that's what I'm saying. See, Smash, you on fucking point. And they don't even you don't like they talking about you.
I'm glad somebody said what are STRs. At the end of this show, ain't nobody gonna be able to fool you no more. All right?
And how can you get this? So simple. You know what I'm saying? But they acting like, oh, he doing it. That is all the pop affiliators are. You can put them off in different calculators gonna say something different. That is all the man said. It wasn't that fucking complex. Like, damn.
Let's talk about the ethnicity thing, because I think you're correct in what you were saying, Chef, but you have to be clear, because scientists are doing kind of like what Ankh is trying to do by avoiding certain terminology. So I don't think Ankh is wrong in his mission to avoid certain terminology. He just don't fully understand it, and his vocabulary ain't even deep enough to do it right. And so what scholars is doing in this instance, first of all, let's listen to the terminology. It's called pop affiliator. It stands for population affiliation. So let's think. Are you affiliated with this population? Without saying ethnicity, they are trying to see, are you affiliated with the population of sub-Saharan Africans? Are you Asians? Or Eastern Asians? It's still got the same.
Hold on, look.
Same.
Now, y'all see how clear we dialoguing like adults. Actually, you about to see the opposite, said Brown, and you about to feel crunchy. I got Gozy flustered. Gozy ain't got nobody flustered. Check it out. And it's about to be proof the way he present himself right here. He gonna try to make a hostile escape, get to calling me all kind of names for no reason. So you tell me.
Underlying premise. Peace. And let me just close out by saying, and the statements by Shamaka Key Edit about the limited groups is true. Let's think about it, but we have to be fair.
Saracen, your whole stance in scholarship is very poor. Respectfully. You ain't never contributed shit, family. I open up the chat and watch you, just for you, and watch you not contribute shit again. This one chat right here that I'm opening up is only for Saracen. All right? Watch what he do. He at the house heart beating right now. Running through the room and shit, trying to clean up. Copy link. Here you go. Here go your chance. Saracen. That link is just for you. Let's go. Now you're officially on Front Street. Cats want to see how long it take you to click the link. I know it takes Zoom a while to load up. I presume you're a quick clicker. Uh-oh. Taking a little moment. I'm going to be patient because I know Saracen about to teach everybody. Damn, that's what happened? I'll be on them links quick as soon as you say smash. Damn, so let me start ignoring people. They be no shows. I mean, let me give brother more time. He might have been making some eggs. There you go. Shit, BML scar. Done with them eggs? You done with them eggs, boy?
No, I ain't done yet. Hold on. Let me get this stuff together. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. He right here. Ready for his second boxing up. Gotta give the brother some time. We gonna play some more of the Gozy video while we waiting on fam. This just gonna be me and him. I'm one-on-one and we doing mono e monos. Let me see. Oh, I didn't share it with the audio. Boy finishing that good breakfast. All right, here we go.
The only give you sub-Saharan African population, a Eurasian population, and an Asian population. But I said, please, let's be fair, because we know what's included in the Eurasian population, or we should ask each other what all is included in the Eurasian population, and if indeed some of the North African DNA would or would not be included in that Eurasian population. But I heard Gozy was about to say something.
So yeah, so yes, population affiliator or pop affiliator, it does. I think it's max to 17 STRs. And what you said about Shamaka Keita took the 2010 studies and put those same STRs in a because Zawi Hawass used a calculator called, I think, Amy Weinstein. I don't know what the name of it right now. And he took those same 8 STRs out of the 13 and put them in population affiliator. But Chimaka Keita also said that, again, if you take these 8 STRs and put them in a different PCA, you may get different results. And he also said, and this does not deny other ancestral lineage. This is just what was presented from the 8 STRs that was used, which is sub-Saharan Africa. They don't have a proxy from North Africa, as you stated. A population affiliator only uses sub-Saharan Africa, Eurasia, and East Asia. That's it. It's nothing for North Africa. So with that being said,
that's the question. No, that's the question for us to answer.
Right, so
North African it mixed in with Eurasian in their classification?
Well, if they would have used North Africa, North Africa has a unique cluster as well.
Yeah.
When we talk about North Africa, there's a component that's unique to North Africa that's distinct from populations in sub-Saharan Africa.
Now, you was watching the video and you said that's a poor argument. I invited you in so you could expound. Oh, I thought that was you, BMF Scar. Did you just say yo? Oh, he must still be on.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, peace. So, yeah, I heard you say in the chat that something was a weak argument. I invited you in to expound.
So check this out. So your source literally tells you, right? Sampling and methodological strategies, right? Right there where it says that. It tells you right here. It says the sample size can be questioned as to their representativeness
East Asia and
of
Eurasia.
Egypt
Not to mention,
in terms of size, spatio, temporal, and socio-cultural aspects. Okay, it says
your phone was kind of breaking. Hold on, let's get it right.
Of Egypt.
Can you hear me, family? Because when you was reading, your phone was kind of
breaking.
Hold
on, what we doing?
You can't hear me? I'm telling you, when you was reading, your phone was breaking up. You can't hear me? You can't hear me right now, huh? Can you hear me right now?
No, I can. No, I can hear you. I
was telling you when you was reading, your phone was breaking up. So this is what we doing. We putting the article on the screen so the people can read along while you read. That's all. So where you at? What part you at?
Sampling and methodology.
Number 2 or 3 or okay, sample. All right, cool.
Strategy.
Now we about to go through this clear. You got the floor. I just putting it up so people can read along. Go right ahead.
Okay. So your source tells you that the samples can be questioned as to their representativeness of Egypt in terms of size, spatio-temporal, and socio-cultural aspects, okay? Now, the first one tells you all of the samples are from the northern half of Egypt, from one nome, which is 2.4% of ancient Egypt nomes. Ancient Egyptian culture originated southern Upper Egypt. Okay, then you go down to the last one, and it tells you the whole genome. The last one on methodological strategy. That same one. In the last one, it says the whole genome sample size is too small to accurately permit a discussion of all Egyptian population history from north to south. Brother, your own source is telling you that you're wrong. So then you go all the way down to the chart. Go all the way down to the chart, right? Where's the table 1 is, table 1. Okay. Okay, so it tells you right here, it says, the geographical region affinities were defined according to Pop Affiliator, which is defunct, okay? We acknowledge there might be problems with any type of classification. Data from Hawass. Come on, bro. Your own source is telling you that you're wrong.
Oh my gosh. Are you done yet?
Come on, what you
are you done yet?
Because it's not making sense.
So when you done, I'm explaining to you how you just humiliated yourself live on my show.
Okay.
This is what happens when we skim through articles and don't sit down and take the time to read it.
No, you skipped through articles.
I didn't interrupt you once. Remember, so we're
hold on,
gonna
I'm
do
not
this fair. No, we're gonna do this right, because I didn't interrupt you once. I let you fry yourself so that people can hear all your words. So hold on. We're gonna do this correct today. Allow participants to unmute themselves? Hell no. Don't do that. Stays on mute. Now listen to this. This guy didn't even read this article. What Samakaki Etta was talking about was Shuniman et al., a 2017 test that they used to say ancient Egyptians had an influx of sub-Saharan DNA after the slave trade. He is not talking about his own study that he included at the end of the document and didn't even speak on. What is your problem? Now I'm going to prove that to you by reading the abstract, the introduction. What does it say right here? Shuniman et al. This is the introduction. What is the title so you can understand your era? Ancient Egyptian genomes from North Egypt. A further discussion. And he introduces it by saying, Shuniman et al. Seemingly suggests, based largely on the results of an ancient DNA study of later period remains from northern Egypt, that the ancient Egyptians AE as an entity came from Asia. This is what he's talking about. Their results. God, like you should just stay in the chat with notes, taking notes, trying to learn. You definitely shouldn't waste no time on the show showing people that now, Shuniman et al. I bet you never even done this to see what that was. Let's take Shuniman et al. And put it in here. Ancient genomes reveal a hot, this is 2018. We want her 2017. So we're going to go 2017. You would have messed that up too. Shuniman et al. 2017. Ancient Egyptian mummy genome suggests an increase, I accept the cookies, an increase of sub-Saharan African ancestry in post-Roman periods. Ain't making no sense. He's refuting this article. Now let's go back and see what you thought he was talking about his own damn data. Ridiculous. Now, I just showed y'all the introduction, number 1. You could go and read it all for yourself. Seemingly suggests, based largely on the resulting ancient Egyptian results of an ancient DNA study of a later period remains from North Egypt, that the ancient Egyptians as an entity came from Asia, and the modern Egyptians receive additional sub-Saharan African admixtures in recent times after the last period of the Pharaonic rule and in the trans-Saharan slave trade and the Islamic expansion. Now, let's prove you 100% wrong. I'm going to take you to Shuniman et al., which you never even read. And let's see what their samples were. Let's see if they had Amarna samples. Because at the bottom of this document, we're looking at Zahi Hawas's STRs of Amarna samples. You don't even know what you're talking about. Geographical region affinities of Amarna and Ramside mummies. So let's go see if Shuniman et al. Used Amarna and Ramside mummies. You ain't even gonna have nothing to say after when I let you off mute. It can't be nothing to say because you never read this data. I don't even have to go to the abstract. I know where we need to go. Where they talking about the mummies they used. And we already did this. Golly, this is incredible. So you came in here to get beat up real quick. Population genetic analysis of nuclear DNA. On the nuclear level, we emerge in S&P data of our 3 ancient individuals. Of our 3 ancient individuals. They had 3 mummies that was, none of them was these. None of them was these. You incorrect. I'm about to mute out. I said my piece. I'm about to allow you to say whatever you about to try to say. And I'm muting out while you talking. Go ahead. I mean, I ain't muting out, but you got the floor.
Okay, you're going all over the place. First of all, let's stay on track. Okay, we're talking about exactly what you just talked about right here on this last bit. You said the geographical region affinities of Armana and Ramesside mummies. Okay, we're talking about the 18th dynasty and on. Okay, you've told us that these people have more affinities at this point in period of the dynastic time that they're reigning from 18th dynasty on until on that they have affinities to sub-Saharan Africans. This is what you told us.
That's
and
what
you
the
are
data
using
says.
this chart. Come on, brother. Don't do that. Don't do that. You're using this chart to sit here and tell us that, and this all started with Hawas's data. So how are you going to sit here and try to say that you're not using Hawas? That makes no sense.
So you
let's make it
switching the
make sense
subject,
then, right?
base. So you
Let's go.
concede the last point then, because you ain't even addressed what I just said. Now you talk about something completely different. Do you concede that first you just came in here reading part 2 of this, saying that the data that he was talking about was this chart at the bottom? You don't have anything to say about that?
What chart are you talking about?
Oh my God, he just said, what chart you talking about, y'all?
Come on, because you're trying to.
There's one chart in the document.
mix
When
the
you first
conversation
came,
up,
let me
but it's
reiterate what
not gonna
just
work,
happened
brother. Let's
for
stay
you.
on topic.
When you first came on the show,
Let's stay on
you
topic.
read from sampling and methodological strategy, right? And you thought that he was talking about the survey at the damn bottom of the page that he did. And you presented this to me acting like he was debunking his own damn data. You don't even think.
No, that's not. You're telling me what I did. That's not what I'm doing. Okay, I'm telling you that the sampling and the method that was used, he's telling you right there the problems. Okay, now once you get to the charts of the 18th dynasty and the affinities, that's still wrong. You just don't understand it because you're not trying to. You keep cutting me off. So I'm trying to get you to understand what you just talked about the sub-Saharan affinities when it comes to the 18th dynasty on. Okay, that's what we're talking about. Let's not mix up what we're talking about. And this is all I've been speaking about every time I've talked to you. This is all I've talked about. So I'm not switching anything up. Okay. So this is from the forensic DNA analysis, technological development, and innovative applications. Okay. This is edited by Aline Hill, Andrea Burt. Get to the page.
Man, you think I'm about to let you do some readership?
You're running all over the place. We're talking about the 18th
Man, get
dynasty
up out of
and
here,
how
homie. Get your ass up out of here with that weak ass shit. I ain't doing that no more. No more motherfuckers who proven wrong right in their face rambling on my show. Fuck up out of here. Go build a platform with that weak ass shit. You can't even understand a document. It's no lie. Who next? Just to get their ass up out of here, show. Who next? Dumbass shit. He don't even understand. He think he wrote a document refuting himself. Shuniman et al. God. Well, why you ain't blocked? I just read your chat. I ain't blocking nobody. Somebody else erased it because they know you're a hater from the pseudo killers with a fake name and they got permission to shoot suckers. So they getting stripes for clipping your ass in the chat. All y'all is detractors who don't want to see shit grow, and I'm bigger than y'all. Matter of fact, I ain't even dialoguing with y'all. What the fuck I ever done that for anyway? All these motherfuckers who ain't got nothing going on, you know, I'm not talking about just a regular man. I'm talking about these haters in the barrel. Like, why I need to, name one point in my career when I'll be dialoguing with a person like Chief X. That's just a mistake to make. If you've been media trained, you understand these things. So all that's over. That was in the past when I used to holler at suckers who detracted. I'm about to want an echo chamber in a minute just because I'm tired of suckers who can't say shit but echo chamber. Say some facts. Then you want the link said? Nope, you don't want the link. Motherfuckers be looking stupid. Let's get back to this dude messing this shit up. Dude wasn't even worth it. You just came in and said you don't know what the hell you talking about. Shuniman et al. Didn't use no damn Amarna mummies. God. Anyway. I hope cats didn't think I'm on here to, make them look like they right. You wrong than a motherfucker. You feel me? Now let's get back to this. Seems like I changed it though. And everybody could tell how your voice was crackling all up and shit after you came back in. I be feeling sorry for motherfuckers. I'm not the one for you to be on my stream with all that crackling in your motherfucking voice, hitting high notes and shit. We already know you wrong. We can hear it. Let's listen. I want to rewind and listen how you came back in after you knew you was wrong.
African, it mixed in with your Asian in their classification.
Well, if they would have used North Africa, North Africa has a unique cluster as well. When you talk about North Africa, there's a component that's unique to North Africa that's distinct from populations in Sub-Saharan Africa, East Asia, and Eurasia. Not to mention, when you have integration from populations that back migrate, it kind of knocks people off from the distant range. For example, if you look up the Omotic people in Ethiopia, not Omotic people, but the population, the Cushitic people in Ethiopia and in the Horn of Africa, they already had a unique signature that was distinct from tropical West Africans and their Sub-Saharan zones.
I heard his voice when he came back in.
The Omotic piece. But then when they got that Libertine, Neolithic Libertine signature in them, it kind of put them at a far distance. So North Africa as a proxy can't be used because they already at a far distance from integration and the unique clusters that they had that was separated from Sub-Saharan Africa. Now
you're explaining why that's not a group inside of Pop Affiliated.
Right, but now this is what Pop Affiliator, based off the small STRs, and even Shamaka Keita said it. He said that, and other people said it. It doesn't deny, based off those 8 STRs, you do see a component or element that is there from Sub-Saharan because it's presented there. It's there. It's obvious. But if you have more samples, right, more STRs, let's say you have more STRs, and not 8 out of 13, but much more. It shouldn't be saying, when we say that, oh, this proves that they're Sub-Saharan African, it shows that an element or a component of that was there, but it shouldn't be used to define and say this proves the case that the ancient Egyptians was black. It does not prove the case that the ancient Egyptians was black.
Let me say why I think it's not fair. Because when they recover genetic data, they can't choose. They just got to recover what they recover. I'm sure they wish they had all 13 STRs, but if they only recover 8, then that's what they got to roll with. Now let's just take any situation.
All of this is easy. You can't even say nothing to that. Like, why would you make that argument? You don't choose what genetic data you recover. So you have to be practical. Why would they only use 8 STRs? Because that's all they recover. So then you can't be like, they trying to see from what they got. Now let's keep watching.
We could take automobiles or apples, right? If you were supposed to have 13 apples, but you only got 8 of them, and all 8 apples got worms in them, you're going to probably think that was a bad batch of apples. Like, you think all of them got worms in it, or is a good high chance that the other 5 wasn't going to change what you thought about the 8 you was willing to investigate.
So here's the thing. The STR usage in Pop Affiliator is up to 17. They only got 8 out of 13. So
I ain't made nothing up, Gideon. The chat's still open. Cats got to stop, especially Fada will never come on because he going to reveal that he Cedric. You see? or he's just gonna reveal that he's a pseudo killer in hiding. So he'll never click the link. He ain't got his AI voice change game up in order to pull off that fake account good enough. Shout out to Cyrus for coming in and trying. You always learn. Here your problem is. You need to come in with questions and stop acting like you about to prove me wrong because you be looking hella stupid. I mean, I could just tell you like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could just come in and be like, hey, bro, is it this? Is it this? And we can work that out. Cool. You come in, hey, you wrong, you lying, you didn't. Please, you're going to get it how you supposed to get it.
We're still missing 9, right? If I'm doing my math right, 9 or whatever.
Damn, how you adding another
hold on.
He talking about his missing 9 STRs if he doing his math right. They only need 13, and they got 8.
Hold on, bro. Hey, damn, I don't need you to talk, bro.
So look, so this is when it's gonna start getting salty. Watch this.
But Ghost is only missing 5.
10. No. Listen.
He added 3 more himself.
Listen to what I'm trying to say. Listen. They only got, hold on, listen. They got 8. Hold on, listen. Pop Affiliator uses 17. They have 13 out of 8. 13 out of 8. Now, I'm sorry, they use 8 out of 13. Pop Affiliator goes up to 7.
Man, this is being messed up.
17 out of 8. Now you do the math. 8 plus what equals up to 17? We're not talking about I'm not talking about the 13. I'm talking about the totalness is up to 17. And within that 17.
What is he talking? He don't know what he's talking about. Just like I said. Now, that's not throwing shade, Gozy. I'm clearly saying out my face on a broadcast that you don't know what you're talking about. You couldn't be more direct. Well, let's listen. Let's watch this.
Based off this calculator,
I need to share this.
86 percentile accuracy based off this calculator off if they had 17, right? So here's the thing. It's only 8 out of 13 and not even a full 17. So out of that 8 that they have, that's presented from what Zawi Hawass had in 2010, from his calculator that was used, and from this calculator used, it does show sub-Saharan ties. But again, as a total, based off this small signature, it's minimum. And it should not be used to say that this is who these people are racially. But what it does show is that there is a component from populations from those zones that is there. But it's not enough to say that this is their overall DNA composition. That's what Ngozi is saying, and that's what any geneticist is saying. I'm not a geneticist, but the geneticists that's dealing with this would say if they got sense. Not to mention, for example, when Shumlin that y'all talk about found from 2017 sequenced the mitochondrial DNA of the ancient Egyptians, all of the mitochondrial DNA was non-African. But here's the thing. What you guys are right about is that that's not the overall composition that's based off mitochondrial DNA. So based off the PCA usage to sequence the mitochondrial DNA from what Shumlin used, which is partial, it still showed in that layer that most of the mtDNA was non-African. But mitochondrial DNA is more stable. So what I'm trying to say is that, I'm almost finished. What I'm trying to say is that from the 8 STRs that was used, which is minimum, from that population, from that calculator, if they put those 8 in larger calculator with more data, you might not even get nothing. But based off the calculator that was used, yes, you do find an element there, but it shouldn't be a determinative to say that this represents the overall DNA composition of the ancient Egyptians. Even Shamaka Keita said that. That's all I'm saying. And he's a bioanthropologist, not a geneticist.
Now, I think that's how Cyrus started making this mistake. Because he mixing up these articles too. And I'm about to say it. Let's listen. But I want to watch how shit go left. And Chef, watch how you don't be moderating good. I know it's a beginning and you probably want some of that. That's why I can't fuck with no shows no more. I'm going to just say peace and be in the chat. I got to be the biggest troll in the chat. Because I ain't making my contributions for that type of stuff. But watch this.
He's not a geneticist.
The way we be getting it in, people lose a lot because they're not using 8 STRs. They're using 8 pairs of STRs. Let's just say the
8
stuff.
8 pairs out of 13.
So why I gotta be the one saying all this? What's up with Bag Juice? I'll send you in there.
Yo.
What up with it?
What they do, brother, man? How I sound, man? My phone be kind of messed up sometimes, bro. How I sound?
Oh, you sound good.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to come in. I don't want to, give a personal affront to Brother Sarah Sin. But from where I'm sitting, brother, and with a lot of the detractors, and I saw you getting exasperated, Smash, but I don't think he meant, to be annoying, even though he is, or to be.
We got history. He do this.
Oh,
That's
really?
that's his character in my video game of YouTube.
Oh,
When I turn on the YouTube game, he one of them characters shooting from that angle. But keep going.
because listen, what I came on the panel to do is basically be a pseudo detractor, because I agree with you, but I want to represent like what an intelligent detractor would sound like.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I just listened to from Sarah Sin, there's just not much intellect there. He conflated the Schunemann study and the Ramsey study. That's like,
Exactly.
that's just too elementary of a mistake for somebody to keep engaging with you after a certain point. You just don't have the requisite intelligence. And if anyone in the chat thinks I'm, that's arrogant, oh well, it just is what it is. Now Ngozi, on the other hand, with him, I believe he knows his stuff, but he has some sort of dog in the fight that doesn't allow him to be sincere. I don't know if it's the Muslim thing. I haven't quite got my finger on it, but there's something there. Because a while ago, the audio just played where he said the mummies shouldn't be used as representative of who the Egyptians were racially. Well, who said it was? Papa Filiator didn't say it was. They merely said this is who has the greatest adherence. These are the groups of modern populations that has the closest adherence to the samples that they gathered. Nowhere in their write-up did they mention race. You injected race, Ngozi, because it's always on your mind. And you want to make sure that the Congoids, as you call them, stay in their place. That's your agenda. So, I'd like to know what was the methodology, the error in the study design by the Papa Affiliator people. Like Smash, I know I'm going on for a little bit here, but I'm almost done.
No, go ahead.
I want to say one last thing. I asked Ngozi, because what his major complaint is that the data set that Papa Affiliator has isn't expansive enough and it isn't diverse enough, particularly in regards to not having a North African component, which I don't know how that's possible, because when I read a chart, North Africa is in the chart. So I'm not quite sure how that works. But whatever.
Which chart are you reading?
The Amarna, the Amarna mummies chart, when it shows the match level index for each mummy, North Africa is in there. Matter of fact,
that's whose data, whose results are those?
That's the Papa Affiliator.
No, are you sure? Because I didn't see that. I mean, Papa Affiliator does only have 3 categories.
Hold on, let me take a look again. Hold on.
That might be from the other calculator done before that.
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure. Let me not be like Sarah Sin here. Make sure I know what I'm talking about. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute out.
I'm talking to Beta real quick. No, it's all good. And then that good guy just came in. What's up?
I was just listening to something today. I want you to you can listen to it on your spare time or whatnot. But since you was on the show, I wanted you to
I'm
pull it up.
I'm about to play this video. I got this video that's gonna straighten out everything for us. You feel me?
Hey, Smash. Can I share my screen right quick?
Yeah, let me make it so the screen.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I got the right study here.
Go ahead.
All right, so this is it right here, right?
Okay, yeah. Now, who did this study?
So here's a chart. Here's a chart, and it shows the match level indexes for all the different regions, right? So you see South Africa at the top. You see the Horn, African Great Lakes, and there's North America, and it's the second to last. And then you have Mesopotamian at the bottom. So perhaps Ngozi's contention is that they don't have enough North.
No, see, this is what I'm saying. So this was that's like 2012, right? And
Yeah.
and look, it say DNA tribes.
Yeah, and they don't like the DNA.
That's not pop affiliated.
Okay, so who did this? Whose calculator?
Yeah, the DNA tribes got their own calculator, if I'm correct. You see what I mean?
Really?
Yeah. And so that's how that's turning out. So if we look, because it say table 1 DNA tribes, and it says identified by DNA tribes STR analysis, and after DNA tribes, it has a trademark letting us know that that's their way to do that STR analysis. You see what I'm saying?
So hold on, let me read it. DNA Tribes Digest, January 1st, 2012. Genetic analysis, geographical analysis of the Amarna mummies was performed using their autosomal STR profiles based on 8 tested loci. Results are summarized in table 1.
So here's the thing.
Blah, blah, blah.
Here's the thing. Now, if we find out that this is Hawas's data, then it's going to prove that Gozi wrong one more time. Because remember, he said he used something called Amy Weinstein or something. Now, let's go back up. Now, no, I just got to give him credit. This could be DNA tribes doing the same thing that Shamaka Keita did. So basically, Hawass had the access to the mummies and was able to get the genetic, pull the STRs. They only could pull 8, it appears. So they ran the test and they published them. So that means other geneticists could take those STRs and put them in different calculators. You see what I'm saying? And so that's what it appears someone else. I guess this is Rick Kittles. Is that DNA Tribes or not?
No, this isn't Rick Kittles.
Okay, well, whoever DNA Tribes seemed to have done it too. Let's go to the top.
I'm gonna unshare Smash because I want you. Okay.
I want to see more if you don't mind. Let's go to the top.
You want me to go up? You want me to go
up?
Let's
go to the top. And just
Get the other 3 too, because I usually show them on my computer. The one by Ashman and the other ones.
So what do you want to see, Smash? This part here where it says
it
historical
don't have
background,
introduction or abstract.
Yeah.
It just start with historical introduction.
Where it has a table of contents here. It says introduction, historical background, genetic analysis, and then conclusion.
Can you read that introduction real quick?
Okay. It says here, hello and welcome to the January 2012 issue of DNA Tribes Digest. This month's article features an analysis of several mummies, including the famous King Tut and his relatives. These individuals lived in a unique time period more than 3,000 years ago, the Amarna period.
It says Lucas Martin. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
okay.
I thought you were done. Amarna period. What you say?
The rest is inconsequential anyway. So so Lucas Martin DNA Tribes.
Okay, so this I guess Lucas Martin, at least he presented it, and so basically DNA Tribe, that this is their calculator as it appears in the results from that, and so this wouldn't be pop affiliated because they don't have those categories.
I'm gonna unshare Smash. I know you have a video to show. I'd like at some point for you to pull up the chart by pop affiliator. And see how it compares with this one. But I mean the ending they're both saying the same thing in essence, right?
Yeah, well, what is this? Well, you never got to the results of this, so I'll allow that. Go ahead. So what does this say anyway?
Well, this is saying that the greatest amount of adherence for those analyzed mummies is the Southern African region number 1. I don't know if y'all could follow the chart, but let's start with.
I see it. So it say the same thing. African Great Lakes. That's sub-Saharan too, right?
Right.
Tropical West Africa.
Tropical West Africa.
Oh yeah, so they playing.
That's why I'm saying I believe it may be.
Yeah, and it's been like this for a long time.
I think Lucas Martin may have just taken the pop affiliator results and just wrote up a little. I think this is the pop affiliator.
He took the what I think is that he took the Hawass results, but I could be wrong.
It's
too.
the same one.
But
Hawass,
but yeah, exactly. But what calculator they popped them in? Someone said Hawass didn't pop them in pop affiliate.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Hawass, I don't believe Hawass and them popped it in a calculator. They were looking for something different. They were doing a complete. Yeah.
So that
I remember they were looking for commonalities in certain pathologies, meaning like diseases among those mummies in the Amarna period.
Well,
That's
yeah.
that's the study they were doing, and they presented the STRs right publicly.
Mhm.
And then what Pop Affiliator did, they just took those STRs, ran it in their calculator to see which modern population shares the greatest affinity to those STRs.
That was Shamaka Kieta who did that with Pop Affiliator. Unless you got like you got an article on the screen that's showing DNA Tribes did it with DNA Tribes STR analysis, so we know they did it. You got one that showed that Pop Affiliator did it. The one we got showed that Shamaka Kieta did it using.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I don't have that. That's what I was saying. I'm unsure, and at some point, once you show your video, or whatever, you could pull up that and you feel me and see how it compares.
Yeah, definitely.
So are we coming to the conclusion that two different?
Yeah.
All
There's
right.
And I don't have my computer. Otherwise, I just pull it up and show you the other ones that they have. But even with what, like, our brother said that if there was no North Africans, we already read in the UNESCO paperwork that the Indo-Europeans that they were talking about were North Africans. We did the whole list.
Right.
And we always asking, why are you showing them pictures? I'm saying because these are the ones that they found. They found the Tuba people. They found the Nahesi people, the Nubians in particular, they said. They found, I think it was Dogala people. They have a whole list in that UNESCO book of the North Africans that they called Indo-Europeans based off of the bodies that they found in the locations that they tested the DNA for, which led Zahi Hawass to say they're black, but they're white. Okay, so anybody who tells this lie that no North Africans were tested, when there's a whole UNESCO list of the ones that they tested, stop it before we pull the UNESCO book out again and read who they tested. That's all I gotta say because I'm driving.
All right, I'm about to play some more of this, and we're gonna see how this went down.
But you've been saying this whole time till I just said that.
No, bro, this what I'm saying about you, bro. This is what I mean. This
See, look.
hold on, listen.
Now I'll point something out about the dialogue and watch how goes it just go off on his hostile escape. Listen.
To say that this is who these people are racially, but what it does show is that there is a component from populations from those zones that is there, but it's not enough to say that this is their overall DNA composition. That's what Ngozi is saying, and that's what any geneticist is saying. I'm not a geneticist, but the geneticists that's dealing with this would say if they got sense. Not to mention, for example, when Shumlin that y'all talk about found from 2017 sequenced the mitochondrial DNA of the ancient Egyptians, all of the mitochondrial DNA was non-African. But here's the thing: what you guys are right about is that that's not the overall composition that's based off mitochondrial DNA. So based off the PCA usage to sequence the mitochondrial DNA from what some of them use, which is partial, it still showed in that layer that most of the mtDNA was non-African.
Okay, now let's listen to my response and let's see what happens.
But mitochondrial DNA is more stable. So what I'm trying to say is that I'm almost finished. What I'm trying to say is that from the 8 STRs that was used, which is minimum, from that population, from that calculator, if they put those 8 in larger calculator with more data, you might not even get nothing. But based off the calculator that was used, yes, you do find an element there, but it shouldn't be a determinative.
So he argued that if you put those 8 in another calculator, you might not even get nothing. But
He's getting so much wrong.
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm gonna play a good video for us. But let's keep watching.
Say that this represents the overall DNA composition of the ancient Egyptians. Even Shamaka Keita said that.
So this is what keep happening. The same conflation that our man Sarah. Shout out to you, Sarah. I know you support the channel and you just be thinking I'm wrong. But when we on the battlefield, you gotta come harder than that. You was looking real crazy this morning. But now what he about? Hold on.
That's all I'm saying. And he's a bioanthropologist, not.
He did the same conflation. Shamaka Kieta wasn't even talking about that. He talking about the Shuniman et al. Article, but whatever. Not that Hawass data, but whatever.
A geneticist. He's not a geneticist.
The way we be getting it in, people lose a lot because they're not using 8 STRs. They're using 8 pairs of STRs. Let's just say the
8
stuff.
8 pairs out of 13.
But you've been saying 8 this whole time till I just said that.
No, bro. This what I'm saying about you, bro. This is what I mean. This is. Hold on, listen, Smash.
Now look. Now just because Is that a invalid correction or something? How you gonna be telling people 8 or something when it's actually 8 pairs or something? Eventually, we got to start speaking with some type of accuracy. So now it's
And
about
it's 8.
Mhm.
It's worse than that. It's 8 pairs from 4.5 individuals. Like when you break down who's passing them on to who, you have original people in Yuya Thuya, Amenhotep III, Ramses, and his son, which would be like 4.5 because you can't count Ramses' part, and just like you can't count Tut because he's coming from Yuya Thuya and the people I named.
Oh,
So
that's
it's
good.
4.5
You
batches
the
of 8.
hardest for that. So you saying
And
basically if they got them from their parents, they're gonna be similar. Well, we can look at the STRs and
they'll be
see.
exact. They'll be
But,
exact. They can only get what they got from their parents.
oh, but you got to remember
But
that
that's why you
they
can
didn't
reduce it to
extract them all
4.5.
though. They didn't get to extract them all. So you think
No,
all
but
13 won't be exact and still have the
no,
same.
it won't because
There-
Smash he has to account for recombination. Remember, well, actually, his autosomal DNA. Yeah, autosomal DNA is subject to recombination. I know mitochondrial DNA isn't. So you have to factor that in to the gentleman who spoke before.
it's not going to be
All right, we're gonna pull up Hawaii's
recombine going
paper.
from father to son, and like basically since they're inbred, we're talking still father to son. So like you can look at these STRs. I think they were published in either Time or one of the magazines, and they show the same ones going from person to person, like the exact same ones.
Well, that's a very
So
good point.
but there is don't get me wrong, you can have recombination which could mess things up in the sense that like you can you could get STRs that are more common in other groups of people because you could actually see this in the stillborn children which were also tested because they pulled up like high Eurasian in relation to the others. So that is a thing, but like you can see it going from the people that were tested, and you aren't going to just like recombination in that sense. It almost benefits because it's a smaller test. Being only
What's
a
what's it?
negative
What's your
PR.
name? What's your name, brother?
Oh, 42.
42. All right. So I'd
Yeah,
like to ask you a question because you seem like you may be a little bit edified here or more than me on this DNA stuff. So
yeah,
I'm looking at the chart that I showed earlier, and for Yuya, let's see, for Southern African, right? For Thuya, they have the match level index at 359.72, right? And I guess the match level index basically represents the amount or the strength of the adherence that that sample has to that particular modern population, right? For the same Southern African region, for King Tut's match level index, it's at 1,519, which is about 3 times that of Thuya.
yeah.
Yuya is significantly lower than that. It's at 34.48. So do you have anything you can expound on so far as like what exactly the match level index represents and why there's such a notable disparity between
I think
fa-
DNA consultants.
well, that's
Think
grandfather. I'm sorry, because Thuya would
yeah,
be King Tut's grandfather, right?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah, because they're the parents of Queen T, and then Queen T um begat Akhenaten, and the person assumed to be Nefertiti who begat uh Tut.
Oh, I'm
So that's
sorry.
why.
So I'm sorry. So that would actually be his great grandparents.
Yeah, but since he's inbred, you can it's not really going through an extra person, like another person's genes. Like this is what proved that he was inbred. Um, but to answer that, the reason why I think it's flipping so much, it's like because DNA consultants mentioned that Tut ended up getting 2 copies of one gene. Actually, it's 2 copies of 2 genes. One is I remember because I analyzed these a while ago. One is I even have. It's real common. It's worldly. It's not going to push the African as much. The other one is more like locked into like Bantu type people. And that's why I pushed it, or maybe even Khoisan. I don't remember. But either way, that's what's pinging them. Like when people have ran these, you do find like an Eastern African set, because even like with DNA tribes and Ramses III, like they have a second ancestry test called the tribes portion that they put in parentheses, and in that one they basically say that they're Horners. All the other ones are pushing the horn behind South Africa, West Africa, and Central Africa, but in their in like I remember like how it works. The DNA tribes portion instead of the MOIs, it's more like discriminatory. It's more like they describe it as it's high if you were like it would be high with Irish if you clustered less from other people. It's almost like reading it backwards. So it's like they fit as the type of Horner that would have Central West African ancestry, etc. That said, because it is a low sample size, low resolution when it's ran per person, but like I said, I value it because it still ends up being 4.5 samples as far as raw data and the amount of STRs. It's not like if you doctor on them individually and look at individual populations like people have done on Egypt search, you can kind of get an idea who might ping higher if you had a larger set. But I still value them because if I were to, and I've done it back when Pop Affiliator was available, I put 8 of my STRs in there, and I think
now why did you choose the number 8?
Because I wanted to match, like to see if I was getting something similar.
But they accept 13.
Yeah, I did that too. And matter of fact, to get the North African component that they have, well, it's more than one. It's like it's a population list. To get the North African, you have to put more.
So you mean you put it in DNA tribes? You mean you put
No. I did both.
Okay. Because
they
say they arguing that
used to be available.
But they saying that it only had 3 categories. It didn't have North Africa.
If you only put, I think, a certain amount, you can only use 3. That's how I remember it.
Okay,
but it was a little while ago.
Okay.
So I could do both. And here's the thing, like almost every African American I saw that had their STRs from whatever DNA tests they got, if they put theirs in, it would make them into North Africa because it had a really bad sample size for what they had as Sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, that's another thing that this video going to watch is going to point out.
Yeah. And I actually have a lot of this on video from way back. I could link it if you like to see, because I put mine in there. I ran the same ones that Keita ran, because it was available until maybe like 3 years ago. And just like DNA tribes went away, I think there's some hitmen out for that.
I know,
anybody
right?
that puts this out there.
So let's check this out real quick. I want to show how this went down and mark my errors in my discourse.
You know what I mean, bro.
Hold on. So really,
listen.
y'all should just start flying off on me on some hostile escape because I guess I'm correcting him too much.
Add 3 more himself, man.
Listen.
And then he gonna hit me with the you know what I mean. Hold on, watch.
You know what I'm trying to say? Listen. They only got, hold on, listen. They got 8, hold on, listen. Pop Affiliator uses 17. They have 13 out of 8. 13 out of 8. Now, I'm sorry, they use 8 out of 13. Pop Affiliator goes up to 17. Out of 8, now you do the math. 8 plus what equals up to 17? I'm not talking about the 13. I'm talking about the totalness is up to 17. And within that 17, based off this calculator, it's 86 percentile accuracy based off this calculator off if they had 17, right? So here's the thing. It's only 8 out of 13 and not even a full 17. So out of that 8 that they have, that's presented from what Zawi Hawass had in 2010, from his calculator that was used, and from this calculator used, it does show Sub-Saharan ties. But again, as a total, based off this small signature, it's minimum. And it should not be used the same.
Pause it real quick, Smash, please.
Racially. But what it does show is that they're...
Yeah, because he actually made a salient point there. I got to give it to Ngozi, because he's saying that typically if you were to be swabbed, right, Smash, and your samples were to be sent to Pop Affiliator, they would use 17 loci, you know, of your STRs, right? So when they do their advertisements, like in that video that you played, when they say that their confidence interval is 86%, it's based on them doing 17 loci, right? Now, I don't know if that's actually true because
that's right.
Ngozi is right.
But here's the thing, though: the DNA profile consists of 13 pairs, so they're going to use that 17 as
no, for sure. But hold on, Smash. I wasn't finished making the point that I was making. What Ngozi is saying is, if the confidence interval is 86% at 17 loci, right? It would be, I don't know how to do the math. I don't know if it's Bayesian statistics or what.
Right there, that's an error. There's no place
that,
and you can look it up. I know what you're saying, but go ahead and get it out.
Yeah, let me get it all the way out, and then you could clean me up, right? So I'm just basically trying to explicate what he's getting across or what he's trying to get across. So if the confidence interval is 86% at 17 loci, right? It's going to be less at 13 and less at 8 of 13.
So
perhaps maybe 60% or something. Yeah.
So as soon as you say that is when I got to interject. Show me where it says the confidence is 86% at 17 loci. See?
I'm saying on that video. Remember that video?
They don't say that nowhere. They eliminated down to 13.
Smash. Which is why I said I don't know if that's true or not, because Ngozi is a slippery dude.
Well, it's not true.
I'm just trying to give some more flesh out what it is that he's trying to get across his argument.
I'm about to show you. I got that article. And we
remember, remember, Smash. I'm the pseudo detractor, so
I'm right with you.
Right,
but I'm trying to say the article really don't say they pull it off of 17. They always give you the DNA profile off of 13, but you can input 17 STRs in there, and they say they use them to find the best matching 13. But that's when we read the documentation on how Pop Affiliated works. So let me watch this. If we could rock it. But so I see what you're saying. So I mean, I know you was trying to give them some credit to make it seem like it ain't hatership, but I ain't doing fake credit. Like that's that's wrong. And I'm about to show you. I ain't doing credit to not have no beef. Let me see. I'm gonna find now this is where everybody is getting this statement from this abstract. And I just simply asked, where do it say that they get that from? Like where does it say what you just said? Are y'all seeing the screen? It says, because their sensitivity to a high level of discrimination, short-tanded repeats marker systems are currently the method of choice and routine for
You can't see the screen though.
Oh, y'all don't see that?
No, I see it.
Oh, hold on. I was sharing it wrong, man.
Nah, I saw it. I don't know.
All right, look, it says method and routine forensic casework and data banking, usually multiplexes of up to 15 to 17 loci. All right. Now look, constraints related to the sample amount and quantity frequently encountered in forensic work were not allowed to change this picture in the near future, notwithstanding the technological developments. In this study, we present a free online calculator named Pop Affiliated for individual population affiliation in 3 main population groups: Eurasian, East Asian, and Sub-Saharan African, based on the genetic profiles of the common set of STRs in forensics. This calculator performs affiliation based on the model constructed using machine learning techniques. The model was constructed using a data set of approximately 15,000 individuals collected for this work. The accuracy of individual population affiliation is approximately 86%, showing that the common set of STRs routinely used in forensics provide the considerable amount of information for population assignment. In addition to
you on point. Now he made it up.
Yeah, they
he
just
got us.
So they just,
got
you can take little points and say that it say something that it really don't say. He talking about the accuracy of the overall results. Now, if we look at it, well, I want to, real quick, I want to go to, before we watch this video here, I want to go to, just to see, because I've been trying to make sure it wasn't me. So I'm still trying to do this. If y'all can hear the audio, let me know.
From populations from those zones that is there, but it's not enough to say that this is their overall DNA composition. That's what Ngozi is saying, and that's what any geneticist is saying. Now, I'm not a geneticist, but the geneticists that's dealing with this would say if they got sense. Not to mention, for example, when Shumlin that y'all talk about found from 2017 sequenced the mitochondrial DNA of the ancient Egyptians, all of the mitochondrial DNA was non-African. But here's the thing: what you guys are right about is that that's not the overall composition that's based off mitochondrial DNA. So based off the PCA usage, the sequence, the mitochondrial DNA from which some of them use, which is partial, it still showed in that layer that most of the mtDNA was non-African. But mitochondrial DNA is more stable. So what I'm trying to say is that, I'm almost finished. What I'm trying to say is that from the 8 STRs that was used, which is minimum, from that population, from that calculator, if they put those 8 in larger calculator with more data, you might not even get nothing. But based off the calculator that
all right, I want to just address that right now. He said them 8 STRs, which are minimum, if you pop that in another calculator, you might not even get nothing. I'm about to put something on the screen. Just let me go find it. All right, I want to go to, again, we're going to go to, I'm going to open this link, but I'm going to just so I can have the link open. I also want to show y'all the picture, so I download this. Save image. All right, let me see. Y'all tell me if y'all can read this, because I don't even know what's going on here. Tell me how, now this is from the FBI. Let me see if I can show this over. Can y'all see the screen?
Yeah, we see it.
Can hey, peace, James. You want to read that, James?
Yeah. It says, what are the minimum loci requirements for the STR DNA data submitted in the in the NDIS? It says the minimum code loci required for submission of DNA data to NDIS vary by specimen category. Generally, the code loci are required for submission of convicted offenders, arrestees, detainees, and legal profiles. It says the coded core loci and algorithm. I think that's how you say that. I don't know how you say that. Amalgamated, or whatever that is, are required for relatives of missing persons profiles. This is all coded core loci must be attempted for other specimens categories with the following limited expectations. It says the forensic DNA profiles. Oh, exceptions. And so let me reread that sentence. It says all coded core loci must be accepted for other.
No. It say all coded core loci
must be attempted. Yeah. Excuse me. Must be attempted for other specimen categories with the following limited exception. They said the forensic DNA profiles, all coded core loci must be attempted, but at least 8 of the original coded code loci combined with the match rarity of at least 1 to 10 million are required for submission and searching at the NDIS. It says for missing persons and unidentified human remains, all coded code loci must be attempted. So they saying for the top one, they only need 8.
Yeah, let me try to break that down. Now look, people, they saying all coded core loci must be attempted for other specimen categories. So they're going to attempt to see if they're going to be in other specimen categories with the following limited exceptions. So these ain't going to have to be, you know what I'm saying, attempted for other specimen categories, or with these following limited exceptions. So these are an exception to what must be. You feel me? Y'all can tell me if that's being read wrong or not. Now they're saying for forensic DNA profiles, all CODIS core loci must be attempted, but at least 8 of the original CODIS core loci combined with the matched rarity of at least 1 in 10 million are required for submission to for searching the NDIS. Now this is the National Database, National DNA Index System. So they're saying you gotta have 8 basically. And now if somebody can want to read that wrong and say, no, that's not what that's saying. Let's spend some time on this. But I got another source that's gonna speak to that as well. Anybody getting anything else from this?
They're saying that if you have at least 8, they can pinpoint your ass down to 1 in 10 million. That is significant. That's significant enough to be able to make a decision on if that's you or not.
Hey, keep in mind also.
That's what I get from that.
Well, I'm getting something. I think the matching rarity of at least 1 in 10 million is talking about the loci matching in pairs, but I don't know. You know.
Yeah, keep in mind also. I read it the same way you did, Smash. Keep in mind also that this is on the individual level because they're doing forensic work, right? Mm-hmm. So let's say you have a suspect. You want to be able to prohibitively identify that person as saying this is the culprit, or at least this is this person's material that was left here at this scene. That you need to be able to distinguish that individual. Mm-hmm. When you're talking about on a person's adherence to a population group on a larger level, that's less strenuous. Would you guys agree on that?
I'm with you. Now let's refer back to the title so everybody can be clear. They talking about if you want to submit some DNA to this database, what's required? But it says, what are the minimum loci requirements for the STR DNA data submitted to the National DNA Index System? See? So now they're telling you, if you don't got these 8, you through. Or they basically say this is an exception.
Yeah, that's the minimum. That's
exactly.
The minimum.
When does this information come out?
So if you got 4, that ain't good enough.
This was for
but when you get to 8, that's the threshold.
For this was put out in 2005 by the FBI. And so
all right. And Gozi put out something that came out in 2002. Right?
No, he put out something that came out in 2022, but this is what my response to that was. Whether they're using more now in this day, we are trying to see what they was using when they conducted these tests.
Hold on.
And that's my point, though.
Exactly.
Let me ask y'all something. Hold on.
But that was even, I don't even know what that source was because I'm about to play a source from a college from 2 years ago if we could ever get to that point. But go ahead, James.
Let me ask you, have you seen a video by a guy that made a video the other night about this whole conversation? And all of the things that he exposed and goes on?
Who's the person?
Oh man, hold on. I'll be right back.
But we're gonna finish this real quick.
Yeah.
Smash, let me ask you though, why is he bringing up a document of 2022 when the information was and the study came out in 2005?
When they did the test in 2010 and 20, I don't know, but that's interesting. I pointed that out. But let me finish this real quick because I want to see how this meal do.
Element there, but it shouldn't be a determinative to say that this represents the overall DNA composition of the ancient Egyptians. Even Fabricated said that. That's all I'm saying. And he's a bioanthropologist, not a geneticist.
Shout out to
He's
Haskell.
not a geneticist.
The way we be getting it in, people lose a lot because they're not using 8 STRs. They're using 8 pairs of STRs. Let's just say the
8
stuff.
8 pairs out of 13.
But you've been saying 8 this whole time till I just said that.
No, bro. This what I'm saying about you, bro.
I ain't hyphy. I'm just saying the truth. Like, come on, man. If we so-called teaching the people, let's at least say stuff right. And now this is what we get back.
That's what I mean. This is hold on, listen, Smash. You know what I mean, bro. You know what I mean, but Smash, you know what I mean, and you play games. That's what I don't like, bro. Like you play games. You know what the fuck I mean, bro. And you play a lot of mental games. All y'all know what the fuck I mean, and y'all wrong, bro.
How do I know what he means? I'm simply pointing out the way that we talk about it. But this is what we call a hostile escape. Look.
Yeah,
I knew it wasn't me.
If you know, Other people don't know.
Exactly.
Like the people. But I just sorry to jump in, but I have to run anyway. So thanks
Oh,
for having me for a minute, and I'll catch the rest.
Yeah, thanks for tapping in. I'm gonna play a good video. It's only 10 minutes in the next 5 minutes, but let me finish playing this.
You a minimalist when it comes to the right information. That's what you do.
No, Smash know what I mean, and he playing games. 8 pairs out of 13, he know what the fuck I mean. I sent my brother Chef the same shit that said 8 pairs. I sent it to Chef and he read it. You know what I mean, bro. Stop playing, bro. This like if you wrong, you wrong, bro. So if I mispronounce something wrong, I did that, but you know what I mean. You're fucking wrong, bro. And you know what I mean. Stop saying I'm wrong when I'm not, and you know what I mean, bro.
Oh, so y'all couldn't hear me because I was on my phone. That's what was going on. I thought y'all could hear me.
You didn't let me speak then.
No, because you bogus, bro. I don't like when you put shit in my mouth.
So this was my time to talk. There goes Chef doing his nails. I don't know what's going on. Goji just got allowed to say his whole discourse. As soon as I try to respond, this is happening.
Like I'm wrong, and I'm not wrong. I'm completely fucking right. You're fucking wrong. Stop playing with me, bro. That's that mind game. You're an old nigga, bro. You old niggas play head games. Stop playing with me, bro.
So that's where that went. I knew it wasn't me. I had to listen back. Because he got corrected on not saying that they was using 8 pairs of STRs, I'm an old nigga. This is the definition of a hostile escape.
Play a lot of mind
Yo,
games,
this
bro.
nigga got a complex
No, because I
about
don't like
his
that
age.
shit. And Smash
Like,
been
what are you
dissing me.
talking about?
Smash been dissing me, bro. And I've been peeping that shit when I'm not around. And
I ain't been dissing you. You say when you're not around, all YouTube is recorded. So when I'm not around, it's hella funny. If I say something about him and you ain't there in the chat, hopefully you watch the video later so you can hear me talking about you. This just went from there to I'm an old nigga who be dissing you. What are you? This is a hostile escape if I ever seen one.
I don't like that shit, bro. You playing mind games, bro. You know what the fuck I mean. 8 pairs out of 13. You know what the fuck I'm saying.
Man, I guarantee you wouldn't have rambled like that up to me in my motherfucking face. Because I was with you in Atlanta after you ran off your mouth like this to Minister Inky. But when you show up in Atlanta, you got your glasses on looking like Urkel, talking about, yes, sir, Mr. Inky. So I knew you wasn't about it when that happened, no matter where you from. I was with you. I'm like, how you cussing out Inky like talking about his everything on Sarnetta? We pop up in Atlanta. You got your 4 eyes on looking like, oh, yes, sir, Mr. Inky. Now, am I sneak dissing or am I talking straight out my fucking mouth?
8 out of 13, 8 pairs out of 13, 8 to 13. You know what the fuck I'm saying, bro. Stop playing, bro. I don't like that shit. That's crazy, bro. You on that shit with me, bro. And you keep doing that shit over and over again. I'm peeping what you doing. You've been doing, and when I come on your show, you blur me out. You let these crazy niggas talk shit. You be doing all types of little slick shit, bro. That's crazy. That's fucking.
No, I don't fuck with nothing you talking about, nigga. You been through that.
Fucking crazy, bro.
Now let me talk about these STRs that you fucking up.
Yeah, talk about the STRs. Go ahead.
See, he tried to get off with the hostile escape. I'm keeping it right on the info.
Go ahead and talk about it.
That hostile.
So I got
Your
muted.
mic is
You
muted.
went out, Smash.
Your mic muted. He probably.
Well, that's enough of that. But just to see how that broke out, I just had to go back and see. Of course, that wasn't me. Golly, cats just do that to get out of situations. So let's learn more about these STRs and see how cats been messing it up. All right, I'm going to play one more good video for us. I'm pretty sure everybody's going to like this video because it's going to offer us some clarity.
Peace, man. Sadiq, he put a link off in the chat.
Right.
He wanted you to go over and read the show.
I'm going to check it out.
That those eight loci are current. They're not outdated. So he put that in there. So check that out.
Well, we already know we got the source. In case somebody want to say that, we already got another arrow in the quiver. But I want to play this video because this is the most important part of the show. It's because when we be talking about stuff, we got to just step out and not listen to us argue about it. Now, the funny part is, in this community, I'm just at the grown man age. this is one part about when people talk, when you start throwing shit that offend people that ain't even the person that you trying to beef with. You just start saying stuff like, you old nigga. So everybody older than you, that ain't even offensive. That just let me know that's, if you live long enough to get to my age, hopefully you do, then you'll see that, you know, age just keeps going. Like you're not about to stop that no matter how you feel right now. But let's look at this video. Hold up, man. I'm doing free commercials. This is about DNA profiling.
Hey everyone. Whenever I'm feeling down, I like to
Don't
remind
worry about
myself that I'm unique. Just like everybody else. Okay, bad joke, but seriously, even though most of the genome is identical between different people,
I ain't lying shit. You tucked your motherfucking tail, came in there with your motherfucking glasses on, talking like you was squared in the motherfucker. I went outside, smoked a joint with Inky and Red Pill now. Cause you was on some sucker shit. Shut up. Now what? Brown? And I'm about to block your punk ass. Fuck you, Gozy. Fuck all y'all suckers. I'm not fucking with y'all. The tractor ass niggas with nothing going on in their fucking life, so they get on YouTube trying to fight a nigga. Inky wasn't no bench. Inky was solid, nigga. I'm saying that, and then I was with you. You was the one. You wasn't no bitch. You just said Inky was a bitch. I didn't say you was a bitch. I said you put on your motherfucking Urkel glasses, your Mr. Four Eyes, and didn't say no tough talk. Not the whole time. And I was there with you. Like, why would you not? I'm ready to be tough. At least I'm there with you. You there like a straight noodle. Come in my fucking chat talking that shit. Go build a platform and shut the fuck up. Hold on, let me go block this suck ass nigga. I ain't dealing with you clowns this year.
there are certainly some differences.
Come on here with a fake page and talk your shit, nigga. That's what you make niggas do. Make niggas go to their fake account and talk their shit. That's why Inky punked you, nigga. Shut up. Palm reading ass nigga. Tell me I'm lying, nigga.
Oh, by the way, Smash.
Yeah.
Fake
ass nigga talking some fake shit like he be tough. Everybody know you ain't tough. I know, because I was with you in Atlanta, nigga, after you cussed out. Let me block the sucker. After you cussed out. Who this nigga? After you cussed out this motherfucker, and then we there, and you just missed the nice guy. I'll pull up the video. Shit, let's find it then. Golly. Amin Rock Squad, Atlanta.
And he keeps saying over and over that that Soy Kieda says that the samples weren't representative of Egypt and blah, blah, blah. And you keep telling the man that was in his write-up for his critique on the Schuneman study, right? And I told him myself when we was on Chef's show, and he keeps us ignoring it like he don't hear what we saying. And I asked him directly, bruh, can you show me where Soy Kieda said what you said he said in regards to the Armana mummy study?
Can we be factual?
I'm send it to you.
I hope, shout out to Tone. I'm tired of these worthless dudes, Tone. They ain't shit but detractors. And Gozi is an Arabized Negro who come on YouTube every day to prove Egyptians wasn't black. He ain't got no place over here. Get up out of here.
That's factual.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why he wanted to debate Jabari. Think about it. Why would you want to debate Jabari? But and his premise is all wrong. We just proved that the evidence that he's trying to bring came out in 2022. Why is he trying to bring that to the table?
Hold on. Smash.
Yeah.
Could you please allow me to show you this video before you do anything?
I'm about to show us in Atlanta.
I promise you this. I promise
I'm going to show you how Gozi was moving in Atlanta.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, while you doing that, let me show you this video real quick because you gonna love it. Watch this shit. And then goes, he already commented in the what you call it.
Man, he gone.
The video was made.
See, y'all just YouTube niggas. I just don't have to see y'all no more. I'm tired of acting like these dudes is worth something. I ain't learned shit listening to that dude.
Yeah, but like that thing that he's talking about, that amount of stuff. I'm telling you, man, this video that the brother, let me see exactly.
I'm gonna get on it. We're gonna get on it. Hold on.
All I learned about is the back migration. Back migration.
The name of the channel is Black to Egypt TV.
All right.
Yeah, that's the source. But he sources and he has him on record saying things, and I already knew that he was lying about 20 DNA tribes because he discounted DNA tribes when it came down to the East and West when we had that conversation last year. Remember when I put up him and Uncle at some type of
I said his new best friend is Chief X. So you got to think about.
That's telling right there.
Yeah. You got to think about what angle this brother's coming.
Yeah, that's telling that him and Chief X are really close. You know what I'm saying?
Black.
Man, I ain't about to drag that out. But all I was saying is I don't fall for your tough shit because when I seen you wasn't as tough and inky face. Feel me? I said you put on your Urkel glasses. I stand behind my words. I didn't say you start calling Inky a bitch. I didn't say you was no bitch. Like, see, that's how people be doing. You ain't got no beef with dude now, and I got you calling him a bitch in the chat because I'm telling people how you threw on your Urkel glasses. And you just didn't, that's the DNA. But when you was screaming at him on Sarnetta, you was doing exactly the shit you're doing right now. So that shit don't amount to nothing. Not to me, anyway. You can fool some other niggas.
Yeah, he's championing Eurasian people being, that's exactly what he's doing. Because I busted him one day and he tried to lie. As soon as I said D.O., he knew all about it. But before I said anything, he was talking about a postulation outside of Africa.
Remember, he said he's gonna do a something debunking Mr. Imhotep. Where's that video at?
Man, he talking about everything. We didn't put up for. I put up for it for long enough. You go talk on some other niggas' platform talking about Burning. They didn't look like Burning Boy and all your stupid ass shit you be saying. Talking about I take shots. I speak straight out my motherfucking face. I don't ever be sneaking shit, nigga.
Ship station, it was crazy. It's great when you see, 100.
Hold on, what you say?
100
no, let me play this so this could change the vibe. We're gonna have a pause point in this video.
Whenever I'm feeling down, I like to remind myself that I'm unique. Just like everybody else. Okay, bad joke, but seriously, even though most of the genome is identical between different people, there are certainly some differences. DNA profiling takes advantage of these differences, allowing us to create unique DNA profiles, which are going to be the focus of this video. Yep, I promise it's in the syllabus. You can check the points out beneath the video if you like.
Disingenuous about what? I just was on a personal rant again with Ghost for a minute, said for hella, at least just say more than y'all disingenuous. Make your point better.
So in this one, we'll ease into it with a general explanation of what DNA profiling is. Then we'll look at the steps in DNA profiling by breaking it down into the two main ways a DNA profile can be constructed, either using an electrophoresis gel or capillary electrophoresis, just like DNA sequencing. As for the applications, so how we can use
somebody need to mute or something.
Yeah, my
DNA
bad.
profiles to solve crimes and figure out who someone's father is, we'll save them for another lesson. For now, let's get into what DNA profiles are. As we touched on before, DNA profiling refers to the process of analysing a person's DNA for variations, so that we can identify them. DNA sequences, which are usually different in different people, are referred to as genetic markers, and since we know exactly where they are on the chromosome, they can be used to construct DNA profiles. The most commonly used genetic markers are short tandem repeats, which we refer to as STRs for short. STRs consist of a string of repeating nucleotide units that are usually 2 to 5 bases long. For example, CGA, 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 CGA is an STR where the repeating unit is CGA and it's repeated 5 times. Now, there are actually lots of different STRs consisting of different repeating units repeated different numbers of times in different places in the genome. But if we focus on just a single STR, the one we were using earlier with the CGA repeat, even though everyone has the same repeating unit, CGA, in the same place in the genome, the number of CGA repeats within an STR varies between different people. For example, these people have 2, 5, and 3 repeats. The result is that their STRs have different lengths in terms of the number of base pairs. Now, don't worry, since STRs are actually non-coding DNA, so they're not involved in protein production or anything, these differences have no impact on a person's health. But, as I said earlier, these differences in length are useful for making DNA profiles. But how do we do this? Well, one kind of DNA profile is produced using gel electrophoresis. Firstly, we collect a DNA sample. This might be hair, saliva, blood, etc. Basically, anything which contains cells which contain DNA. Secondly, we extract the DNA from our sample. In this step, chemicals such as detergents are added to break open the cells and separate the DNA from other cell components, like proteins, for example. Now we've extracted our DNA, we use PCR to amplify the DNA of up to 13 different STR regions from the sample. Now, obviously, making a profile with 13 STRs might be a little complicated for us newbies, so to get our heads around it, we'll just analyze one STR, the one with the 5 CGA repeats we were looking at earlier.
So, how many STRs?
Sound like the lady said 13 to me. What to see, you know how they do it. What date is this? This is just
this is 2 years ago.
I was just about to say
I'm
that.
just saying we got
this 2 years ago. This 2 years ago.
So okay, go ahead.
So did she say 13 STRs or 21? Hold on.
That was exactly.
Yo, you gotta pull up the source. So Agosi had.
No, go ahead.
Nah, Agosi, because I had to remember, James, I was arguing that same argument. Agosi had a source stating that it was 37 or 22, something in that those two numbers.
Right. Yeah, but this ain't what they talking about right now. So we're gonna roll with probably. It sounds like this lady know a little bit more than it goes. So we're gonna roll with this.
I mean, this is from a university, but we're gonna put it all up. They got it sourced at the end.
A little complicated for us newbies, so to get our heads around it, we'll just analyze one STR, the one with the 5 CGA repeats we were looking at earlier. Detergents are added to break open the cells and separate the DNA from other cell components, like proteins, for example. Now we've extracted our DNA, we use PCR to amplify the DNA of up to 13 different STR regions from the sample. Now, obviously, making a profile with 13 STRs might be a little complicated for us.
Did she say it'd be complicated or insufficient?
She said it would be complicated for newbies.
Thank you.
So
she didn't say it'd be
down to 1.
Exactly. She
so
did not
she
say.
can explain it to us better.
Thank you. She didn't say it's not enough. Did she say that ain't enough? Oh, but he said, hold on, the 8 ain't enough.
Highlighting of the 13 different STRs.
Mm-hmm.
A profile with 13 STRs might be a little complicated for us newbies, so to get our heads around it, we'll just analyze one STR, the one with the 5 CGA repeats we were looking at earlier. The way we ensure that we just amplify the STR is by using primers which specifically bind to the DNA on each side of the STR. DNA polymerase binds to the primers and synthesizes copies of the fragments, so that if we perform the PCR reaction for long enough, we end up with thousands of copies. Before we move on to the next step, I want to flag something to you. Now remember,
These CEOs started with nothing.
Oh, man, come on.
But they didn't just climb the ladder.
Everyone inherits their DNA from their parents. The result? Every person has 2 alleles, or versions of each STR, since they inherit one from each parent. Let's say the person we took our sample from has 2 different alleles for this STR, one with 5 repeats and one with 2. Since these STRs are found at the same place on a chromosome, the same primer will flank both of the alleles and amplify them, since the DNA on either side will be the same. Now, the amplified fragments are separated by gel electrophoresis. Again, we look at gel electrophoresis in depth in another video. For now, just keep in mind that we use it to separate the fragments according to their size. The larger fragments, so the ones with more repeats, will stay near the wells, whilst the smaller fragments, so the ones with fewer repeats, migrate through the gel faster and further. The resulting pattern of bands on the electrophoresis gel, that is, the number of bands and their locations, creates a unique DNA profile. So, by comparing to a DNA ladder, we can determine how many repeats there are. Now, analysing a single STR obviously isn't going to be enough to make a unique DNA profile, simply because there'd be heaps of people with the same number of repeats for just one STR. In reality, a full DNA profile has 13 STRs, and the result would look something like this.
Man, do we gotta
That's
keep
a damn shame,
do we gotta keep playing it? All of this. Cats willing to fall out, call
Now,
you
this is
old
very
niggas, do
complicated.
everything.
Hold up, this is very complicated. I'm gonna say that. But this, when she get to right here, this just simplifies, and this 13 keeps coming up.
Remember, at one point he was saying 8 to 13%, and you had to correct him at that point.
This is what I'm saying.
He said that he misspoke, so you give him
But
that.
no,
So
I don't give nobody that dude. Now you get a look. See, this is what I'm saying. You get a misspeak about certain things. You don't get one about data because that mess up everything.
Right.
Because if I got chemicals in my hand, and I'm like, how much, James? And you say 8 to 13%, and I start pouring 8 to 13%.
And the whole
and then you say, oh, no, my bad. I meant 8 out of 13. I would have had an explosion or something. Exactly.
Hey, and not only that, this is a person who purports to be a conscious community expert in that field. And he's been speaking on this topic for over a decade. So no, he don't get no leeway.
Especially after old nigga and me up, I'm ready. We on the streets.
The same number of repeats for just one STR. In reality, a full DNA profile has 13 STRs, and the result would look something like this. Kind of crazy, yes, but now hopefully you'll realize how different these can look between different people. We'll look at how to interpret a DNA profile kind of like this one in another lesson. Before then, we need to cover the other kind of DNA profile, which is made using capillary electrophoresis. The first few steps are the same. We collect a DNA sample, and then we extract the DNA. Again, we use PCR to amplify the STRs. The big difference is that this time we use fluorescent primers. Since the primers are incorporated into the STR copies, this means that every STR copy will have fluorescent tags. Now, we have a second difference. To separate the fragments, we use capillary electrophoresis instead. We go over capillary electrophoresis in more depth in the DNA sequencing video. But in summary, the shorter fragments move quickly through the pores of the gel, while long fragments move more slowly. As each fragment crosses the finish line at the end of the tube, it's illuminated by a laser, allowing the attached fluorescent dye to be detected to produce a graph called an electropherogram. The resulting pattern of peaks, so the number of peaks and their locations, creates a DNA profile. Just like gel electrophoresis, we can figure out the number of repeats in a peak by running a fluorescent DNA ladder. Now again, we only did analysis on a single STR. Usually, to create a DNA profile, we would analyze a set of STRs. Again, we'll save the applications for another lesson. Alright, for now, let's wrap up. In summary, DNA profiling refers to the process of analysing a person's DNA for variations so that we can identify them. The genetic markers most commonly used to construct a DNA profile are short tandem repeats. STRs are short, non-coding regions of DNA which consist of a string of repeating nucleotide units. The number of repeats within an STR varies between different people, and we can use these differences in length to create unique DNA profiles. The creation of a DNA profile involves collecting and extracting DNA from a sample before using PCR with primers which flank the STR region to amplify the STRs. These fragments are then run through either an electrophoresis or capillary gel so that we can separate them according to size and determine their length. That's it for this video, everyone. You should totally check out the video on the applications of DNA profiling in order to make sure you're getting everything you need for your exams. See you there.
All right, now let's cite this source so people can see. All right. So, y'all want to see where this came from? Online learning simplification, autonomy. I guess they're trying to get people into their genetic classes on this site. Have it. Now, I don't know what people are talking about. I don't know what the problem is. I do know what the problem is. They're going to go to any extent to try to discredit Black Egypt information. If that ain't clear to y'all now if we go back and listen to people talking about, and they need 17 and they need 21, man, cut that out.
No, now let's get back to what he's talking about. He's talking about that they only had 8 out of, we'll see, but he tried to shift it up to say it was even worse because now they can go to 17 or 21. But we know that the standard is 13. 13 is good enough to get you convicted of a crime for somebody, baby, that you saying ain't yours to be yours. So we ain't trying to hear all that. It's like really accurate. So the point is, his whole thing is like you just said, that he wants to be an Arabized, he wants to Arabize Africa. And it's very clear when you start to see that he uses Eurasian back migration to do it. And then like I said, when you really can listen to him, you can identify what he's doing if you know about this data that he's talking about. And then so when people that start studying, when I pulled up D.O., he knew all about it, but he didn't tell us that when he was talking about the back migration. So I busted him right in real time on Chef.
And that's why I say, James, when it comes to Ngozi, I'm not so sure that is that he doesn't know what he's speaking about.
He's lying.
I think he knows he's being crafty.
Yeah, he's been disingenuous about it. I can show y'all the video. I timestamped it, and he started commenting on it today about what I said. He didn't address me. He addressed somebody else in the comment section. But what I'm saying is, he knows that I know what he's doing, and I can simplify and show anybody what he's doing.
Smash, you there?
Yeah, what up?
All right. So the part where you keep repeating to him, right, about the fact that he conflating Soikeda's words about the a particular study not being representative of all of Egypt, right? And we all know that's in relation to the Schunemann study, right?
Exactly.
You think that he's misspeaking. I think he fully well knows.
Me too.
He knows that the audience isn't going to be able to he be
microwaving. I'm gonna give him some credit. He be
microwaving.
So that's the result of microwaving.
It's a combination of both, bro. Because look, if you keep saying it to him, and I keep saying it to him, hey, bro, that statement that you made about this study not being representative of the population, blah blah blah. That's not in Soikeda never said that in regards to the Amarna mummy study.
Exactly.
Right? Wait, what? Just listen to what I'm saying, though, Smash. Because you thinking it's because it's an oversight by him because he's moving so fast and he microwaving, right? But I'm giving evidence to show that you know what I'm saying? Like that's not the case. Because look, if you keep saying it to him, okay, bruh, show me where he said that in regards to the Amarna mummies, right? And you keep asking him, show me. And then I get on a different panel and I keep asking him, show me, show me, show me. And he keep going around the corner and ducking behind bushes. That lets you know that he playing, bruh. So part of it is he microwaving, and he not as bright as people would think. But another part of it is he's intellectually dishonest, bruh. He's a liar.
I think it's more like this. He's trying to make it seem like in 2010, Peyton Manning was the best quarterback. But right now, we could say 2020 in 2022, when he brought that article out, Pat Mahomes will be the best quarterback. So he's trying to say we're going to use Pat Mahomes as the best quarterback in 2010, which makes no sense. That's my point. He's using an article. He's using the article for 2022 when the information came, when they did the study in 2010.
I know that's the worst. And so that do seem like straight disingenuous or intellectual dishonesty. So what my brother was just pointing out, I'm showing people for their own self. Everyone can see that this is the conclusion of what he's analyzing here. And if you read this article, he don't say nothing about the Amor and the Mummies in this article. He's talking about Shuniman samples. And so now I'm going to if y'all see the screen where I'm going through the article, right?
Right.
Now I'm going to go down to where it says conclusion. And this is what, I think that was Peter pointing that out. Was that you pointing that out? This is what Gozi is taking this sentence and applying it to the other data, y'all. This is straight disingenuousness. Look.
Hold on, so read that.
It literally says, Shuniman et al. Study is best seen as a contribution to understanding the local population history in North Egypt as opposed to the population history of all Egypt from its inception. But he clearly started out by saying Shuniman et al. Now, when we talking about the other one, he be like, Shamaka Kieta said, you can't use that for the whole population anyway. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, dude, you know he said that about the other article.
He keeps saying it and saying it and saying it. And when I was on Chef Show, bro, I'm begging the man, bro. Dog, show me, dog. Please show me. Show me. Put it in the back chat. Send it to Chef. Show me. Show me. Show me. And he won't do it. So that let me know, bro. He doing that shit on purpose, dog, because he know the general audience ain't really paying attention to that degree. You know what I'm saying? They're not getting into minutia like that. So he's manipulating. He know what he's doing, bro. Trust me, dog.
Hey, shout out real quick, shout out to the entertainment and debate program and Next Work. Once you get your debate up, let me come over there and drop a debate. That's a nice channel name. You can continue, brother. My apologies.
And check it out, guys on the panel, right? He really is just taking off of Western academia because they take the same tack towards Black Egypt. It's deflection, it's manipulation, lying, acting oblivious. It's the same way how Western academia acts towards Black Egypt, bro. If they come on a level playing field and they argue in good faith, they can't deny it. The evidence is just too prohibitive. It's too conclusive. You can't get around it, bro. Perfect example, right? Of the cognitive dissonance of Western academia. They want to throw Herodotus away when it comes to Black Egypt, right? And his testimonies on it. And further, his testimonies on the Kushites' provenance in terms of civilization and them being basically the progenesis of the Egyptian civilization. Herodotus not only says it plainly, he goes into, he's emphatic about it, right? Similar thing with Diodorus Siculus, right? But when it comes to Egypt, what will they say? Oh, man.
You see, I can't wait till Garfield do a show, but go ahead. What they say when it comes to Egypt?
Yeah, and you probably got them bullets already in the chamber as far as like about the Greek words Melanus and Melanchrois and the other one. If you don't, I got them. I got the arrows for you to put.
But they don't really read the whole Herodotus. See, that's what's gonna beat the brakes off of, because that's only one Black quote that we addressing. Go ahead.
But see, what's so crazy about Western academia, right? The cognitive dissonance when it comes to Herodotus, because when it comes to how they speak about the Persians being the progenesis for the Republican form of government, right? And Herodotus speaks of being in a meeting with Darius. And Darius is the one that first posits the idea of there being only 3 forms of government, no matter what name you call them. the one, the few, and the many, right? Stuff like that is the reason why they cannot, and many other attestations that he gives to various wars and kings and stuff like that, right? They can't throw Herodotus away. So they have a schizophrenia with Herodotus. It's funny to watch them fumble about with it. That's why I like talking to Europeans about this stuff, just to see the cognitive dissonance, bro, because, dog, it's something visceral in them that they just hate. They hate the idea of a Black civilization basically bequeathing civilization to Greece and Rome. They hate, dog, bro, Smash, when I tell you, dog, that shit makes them physically just come apart. They hate it, bro. And I love when you put evidence in their face, I love watching them squirm, bro.
It'd be funny. We about to kill him. Y'all see the screen? Y'all see the screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Now, they can't get away from this. They say, oh, he was just trying to say dark skin, right? But I'm taking this to another point in Herodotus' book too. What? Excuse me. Where my phone go? Hold on, y'all build real quick. Hold up.
You need to mute your mics, man. Yeah.
Yeah, James, bro. Like, all right. Even with what's the name, right? Richard Carrier, right? To show you how the idea of a Black Egypt and them basically giving the Mediterranean civilization how much they hate it, right? When he was talking to Jabari in that pre-debate, and he felt he had no reservations about letting it be known that he only deals with Hellenized Egypt, right?
Right.
To most ears, what they hear is that, hey, look, my degree is limited in scope, so this is what I know about. But me knowing how Europeans rock, the subtext in him saying that, really what he's trying to tell us is, I don't give a damn about that nigga shit. That's what he was trying, that's what he's communicating. Like, I'm basically saying, nigga, I don't care about what evidence you got, what DNA, what attestations by whoever from the relevant time period, depiction
right here in the Hellenistic period.
We are staying in Greece and Rome. F y'all Negroes. That's what he's communicating. But you gotta know them to pick up on that stuff, bro.
Yeah, I picked up on it too. He disregards, but that's how they are. And if I was a European, I'd do that too.
Check it out.
I understand it.
Now, I was gonna do this Herodotus. I missed what y'all was talking about. I just heard you came to some understanding, so it seemed appropriate. Now look, this is another point where he's referring to Egyptians as Black, but he does it in a way that's more unavoidable. Because the scholar that Garfield, if he tries to contend against the fact that in the verse where he said it directly, they're going to say, oh, that could just be used to say dark skin. But here, he equates these two women in this story to birds. All right?
Mm-hmm.
And he equates them to a bird we probably don't see much, black doves. So has anybody ever seen a black bird that's kind of like just kind of dark skin?
Hey, Smash. Black birds, but I don't know about a black dove.
Hey, Smash. Mm-hmm. This is the arrow that I have for you, bro. I knew you already had it though.
Yeah, there's one more in here too. We're gonna show them. Yeah. What can they do?
It's Agnan melanis is the word for black doves.
Exactly.
Agnan melanis. So in their translations, they have the doves part as black, and then when he uses it to describe skin, they change it to dark.
Exactly. And this is the checkmate. So let's let the people read. It goes, that then I heard from the Theban priest and what follows the prophetess of Dodona say, that two black doves had come flying from Thebes into Egypt. Thebes in Egypt, one to Libya and one to Dodona. So they came from Thebes in Egypt. One went to Libya and one went to Greece, or Dodona. It says the latter, the one that went to Dodona, settled on the tree. It settled on the oak tree and there uttered human speech declaring that the place of divination from Zeus must be made there. The people of Dodona understood that the message was divine and therefore established the oracular shrine. The dove which came to Libya told the Libyans, they say, to make an oracle of Amen. This also is sacred to Zeus. Such was the story told by the Dodonian priest, the eldest of whom was Promethean. How is her name? Promenia, all right? And that's the best I can do. And the next was Tiareti, or whatever. Timareti, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And the youngest, Nicandra. It says, and the rest of the servants of the temple at Dodona similarly held it true. So them priests stood by the story. Now I said, but my own belief is this. If the Phoenicians did in fact carry away a sacred woman, the sacred women, and sell one in Libya and the other in Hellas, because he was talking about the Phoenicians had something to do this before I interjected it here, then in my opinion, the place where this woman was sold is in what is now Hellas, what was formerly called Pelagia, all right, and Thesprota, whatever that is, Protea, another location. And then, being a slave there, she established a shrine of Zeus under the oak that was grown there. For it was reasonable that as she had been a handmaid of the temple of Zeus at Thebes, she would remember that the temple in the land to which she had come. She would remember that temple in the land from which she come. After this, as soon as she understood the Greek language, she taught divination. And so again, he breaking down everything about the dove, which really was a person, as y'all see. A bird can't teach all of this. And she said that her sister had been sold in Libya by the same Phoenicians who sold her. All right. Now it says, I expect that these women were called doves by the people of Dodona because they spoke a strange language, and the people thought it to be cries of birds. Then the woman spoke, it says, then the woman spoke what they could understand, and that is why they say that the dove uttered human speech. As long as she spoke in a foreign tongue, they thought her voice was like the voice of a bird. It says, for how could a dove utter the speech of men? Now he says, the tale that the dove was black signifies that the woman was Egyptian. So not only in one place is he equating blackness to being Egyptian, my man just gave us the words they use and told him it's the same with different suffixes that's changing the meaning of the term. But the blackness is still rooted in the word that we call melanin today. You know, our English word is melanin. They used to say melanis or melanis or whatever, and I could be corrected wherever I need to be. But we see right here in telling that story to his Greek counterparts, he says clearly, the tale that the dove was black signifies that the woman was Egyptian.
And I want to interject real quick, Smash, if I could, because we know that how they're going to play this in regards to Herodotus, right? It's to undermine his credibility and say that he spoke about the Egyptian women or some Egyptians doing bestiality and some other wild stories. But here's the thing. Each time Herodotus would give a wild story, he would explicitly state that, hey, listen, I don't believe a lot of this shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just relaying the message. And he would clearly say that, right? But when Western academia seeks to malign him, they make it as if
they don't bring that up.
Right, they make it as if
he just said that he didn't believe that it was some damn doves.
Right, they make it as if he's saying it.
Like, I don't think it's no doves, but you know, just for her argument's sake, this is what's going on.
Right. And you hear Garfield do this all the time with the he talks about some shit about what's the alligator story that he's always talking about, with something about they use the alligator feces for something or the other. And he says that Herodotus says that the crocodile feces and blah 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 blah. No, he don't. No, he don't. He said, hey, I'm relaying that, you know, these people in this area says that, you know, they got flying pigs and, you know, da 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 da. Hey, look, I don't know what they talking about, You know, I'm basically a tour what's the word I'm looking for? Like a traveling journalist. You feel me? I'm just relaying the message how they telling me. Do with it what you want.
Right.
Every time, but they make it seem as if he's relating that. I mean, at every
Like he
turn,
believed
bro.
that it was two black doves. He did, like, he's so crazy that he told a story and it was really two black
he just
doves.
crazy.
He didn't say that. He said that this is what they said, but I know two birds can't talk, so it must have been some people. That's what he's saying based on what
And they called her black because she must have been Egyptian. You feel me?
Yeah, that's what
so
he said.
that's
like,
a
what other
default.
black what can talk in Egypt that use human language and that he referred to as black?
Oh, every scholar knows.
It wasn't no damn monkey.
Every scholar know. No scholar argues that he ain't talking about real people. Like if somebody try to act like he really talking about birds, they really gonna be on the fringe. Every scholar admit that he talking about people, but people like to hide this one about the blackness. Then there's one more. He said the Colchians one. He said this one, and I found one more when reading Herodotus, where he was just saying that they was black. So I'm like, but it's I gotta find that.
So you got the trifecta.
You gonna hold on to that? You gonna hold on to that third one, Smash?
I don't even got it on deck, so I'm gonna be forced to.
So you got three instances, different instances where he's making this correlation.
But he ain't even the only one. Y'all seen my book? I got 10 different Greeks.
Mm-hmm.
I got.
And then keep in mind, James. He's saying this after. This is when Egypt is over.
Mm-hmm.
After all the conquest, after the Assyrians and the Persians and them having the colonies, those colonies they had up north in around the 11th dynasty and all that, and the Persians and all them other groups and the intermixing and the pharaohs choosing up on them Anatolian women and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying black after all of that. So, bruh, go back 3,000 years. Come on. It ain't nothing to talk about, bro. It's over with, but like, I just like to have these conversations just to watch the detractors just say stupid shit.
It's something going on with some of these people in the chat. I don't even think that they black.
No, they're not. They fake pseudo killer chats. I mean avatars, bro.
Going on.
Because all you got to do is click on them, and they was all created at about the time when when shit start happening. Click on them names.
Okay.
Some people ain't got no videos on their page. They just a person on their other account. You know what I'm saying? And now I already understand they helping the channel grow.
Right.
And so if you ain't got no haters, you really in the echo chamber. They the ones popping up trying to say nothing, but with no well-formed intentions, so they just got to do some slanderous stuff. You feel me?
But let me tell them, if they out here listening, that I personally understand that I would fight for what I'm ethnically close to as well. So we understand that, but what we're trying to establish here is the origins of a civilization, and that's independent of any type of racism, anything. Well, if y'all came in later, fine. Ain't no big deal about that, but don't be lying and saying that y'all was the original people of the land. That's all we saying.
Oh, who was saying that?
Doesn't make sense.
He could click the link.
Who?
Whoever was saying that.
Yeah, anybody. You know what I'm saying? This ain't about trying to say we taking something from anybody. If the truth is the truth, that's what you roll with. You know what I'm saying? And we know that DO, as of 2019, originates in West Africa. It's over. Just matter of fact, man, please, let's play this video so you can see what went on, man.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's crazy. Hold on, watch this. I want to see what you're gonna say about this. And it's got all of us in here starring us. Watch this.
So last night on the Carnivorous podcast, Ngozi gave the host of the show, Chef, a source to read. The source was supposed to be from DNA Tribes, saying that the 8 STRs on the Amana mummies was inadequate due to it only being 8 STRs. Now at first we thought Chef 8 when he read out the source Ngozi gave to him, until we read the bottom of the paper. It says DNA Tribes 2009, but the Amana mummies wasn't tested until 2012. So that paper is fabricated. You done fucked up, you know that though.
Oh.
For years now,
Hold on,
Arab-centrics have been looking for ways to shut down.
Stop.
Told you.
Hold on, you gotta take that back.
I told you, just hold on, man. We gotta peep this out. Just check it out. I'm gonna go back. Dang, hold on. I want to make sure I do. Okay, this might be good enough.
Ngozi gave the host of the show, Chef, a source to read. The source was supposed to be from DNA Tribes, saying that the 8 STRs on the Amana mummies was inadequate due to it only being 8 STRs. Now, at first, we thought Chef ate when he read out the source Ngozi gave to him until we read the bottom of the paper. It says DNA Tribes 2009, but the Amana mummies wasn't tested until 2012. So that paper is fabricated.
You done fucked up, you know that.
Yeah, that's what he keep doing.
For years now, Arab-centrics have been looking for ways to shut down the DNA tribe studies. From fabricating papers, misinterpreting the anthropologists, to claiming DNA tribes was shut down because it was sketchy. DNA tribes was shut down because the owner died, and after he died, it went bankrupt. Not because they were putting out faulty DNA results. They were fully capable of analyzing data and assessing populations within a certain degree of accuracy. DNA Tribes was a personal genomic and biotechnology company based in Arlington, Virginia, that allowed individuals to have their genetic ancestry analyzed based on autosomal STR genetic markers developed by the FBI for individuals' identification in a forensic context. The methodology was a cheek swab kit which was delivered to the customer's home, then sealed and returned for analysis. They have done thousands of tests using the same methodology for years. Yet for some reason, people only seem to have a problem with the analysts of the Amana family. To them, it is implausible that an African civilization that has an African language, an African religion, and an African culture could be from Africa. Furthermore, the data DNA Tribes used came from Zahawa's paper. $2 million was spent on the lab funded by the Discovery Channel. The data was collected and processed by 5 expert molecular biologists. They followed all protocols for the collection and processing of the ancient DNA. It took these people 2 years to complete the testing and took Arab-centrics 1 minute to discredit the study. Ngozi, good brother, respectfully.
You done fucked up, you know that though.
The methodology, data, and results have been peer-reviewed for damn near 10 years now and have not been invalidated. This is the chart from Hawaii study. Those letters represent specific regions on the specific chromosomes that we all have. Based on the mutations associated with those regions, one can determine the geographic population affinity of a sample. All DNA Tribes did is run the values through population software to establish geographic areas the Amana mummies have affinities with. The only people downplaying the 8 STRs is Arab-centrics. You will not find a source in a scientific journal outside of them saying the DNA tribe study was inadequate. The FBI uses 13 STRs to establish the identification of a dead body, but 8 STRs can establish population. And Ngozi claimed that was before the phylogenetic tree.
See what I'm saying?
Man, hold on, man. Shout out to Black to Egypt.
You see what I'm saying?
Hey, pop up so you can get your wrench, man. I'm taking wrench from clowns to detractors.
And see, you see me, watch this. You see me right here. You on your game.
Oh yeah. Now look, yeah.
See,
hey, the 13, I got you.
Comment. Look what he said. See, he's talking about what's going on in after 2017 and 2020. But
man, I don't even know if that's accurate, bro. I tried to look that up and I ain't found that. I mean, so they got to share that source they supposedly read.
Now, if we go to 13,
hey, go back to what he said.
Hold on. We just don't pause. But if we go to 13, it's gonna get you 1 out of what? 1 out of 10 million or something? Well,
no. If you're able to get 13, if you're able to get 13 loci, James, remember we read this. It's 1 out of 575 trillion.
So we can cut that in half, and then that's still sufficient enough to do what I mean. You know,
if it's sufficient enough for the National DNA Index System, like how could you put it in a DNA index and then it ain't it's insufficient data? Like, you know, so if they taking in 8, they can do what they need to do to index people with them 8. I mean, we don't have to complicate everything. It's like a catalog. National DNA Index System. And they telling you can't submit to us with under 8.
You You want me to finish the video?
I mean, yeah, because he need his props. Shout out to everybody subscribe to Black to Egypt. That's another archer. I told you, archers ain't no organization. It's a mindset. He at his house like, man, let me cook this boy. You feel me? Shout out to him. So press
can you
that
go
button.
back?
Go back.
Can you go back to the comment? Let me see what he wrote.
Which one?
Gozy's
the comment
Gozy's
Ngozi had.
Oh, okay, down here.
Yeah.
It says, laugh out loud. 8 of 13. I got you. Believe.
He said, I got you. He don't use periods. He said, I got you. Believe what you want to believe. Believe what you want to. Just know you want whatever conceive me.
You won't ever convince. So want instead of won't.
Yeah, you
I don't
won't.
know. He might be remedial, man. Now that I'm thinking about it.
You won't ever convince me. I know that's just a mistake because he doing fast type, just like he talked fast. So that happens with fast type. You won't ever convince me or anyone that's scientifically literate. What? We looking at all these sources that say 8 and 13. It says, but while you teach and admit that your boys was wrong on the part when Smash asked me about DNA profile and I said 21 standard model, now he say past 2017 and 2022. But that discredits him anyway because the study we done was done in 2017 and before. Right. So now you're trying to add additional information that you didn't say on the show and you still 100% wrong. He said now past 2017 they use 21. And we looking at studies from 2017 and before.
Keep reading, but the one thing you didn't catch, brother, is I said those small signatures do show some ties or relations. It's not wrong as in the signature being there. It's just too small in today's standards to give an overall composition. Pay attention to me and go back and listen.
Now that's another from the information I'm looking at, the FBI don't say that. Right. They don't, and here's the funny part. If it's too small, it being too small won't make it say it's sub-Saharan African. You see what I'm saying? Right. Like you act like it's 93% sub-Saharan African just because it would still, if the people consistent of something else, the small sample would still indicate that.
Right, so even if, for example, you had one sub-Saharan African in your data set, right? Because that's what they're doing. They're comparing whatever sample it is that they have to whatever samples they have in their database and seeing how it matches up. Even if you had one sample in your database, let's say that one sample was, let's say, Don Cheadle, a goddamn, some dude from West Africa that's, unambiguously black, it's still going to show the adherence to that one sample. It don't matter, like how, so he just, I don't even know what to say about Buddy, man. He
just got busted.
He got busted. Hey, take the video back though, so people who ain't seen, and then let's finish. Not to the beginning, but you could just go back. Just right there.
I'll go by maybe right to the middle.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Ngozi, good brother, respectfully.
You done fucked up, you know that, don't you?
The methodology, data, and results have been peer-reviewed for damn near 10 years now and have not been invalidated. This is the chart from her watch study. Those letters represent specific regions on the specific chromosomes that we all have. Based on the mutations associated with those regions, one can determine the geographic population affinity of a sample. All DNA tribes did is run the values through population software to establish geographic areas the monomummies have affinities with. The only people downplaying the 8 STRs is Arab-centrics. You will not find a source in a scientific journal outside of them saying the DNA tribe study was inadequate. The FBI uses 13 STRs to establish the identification of a dead body, but 8 STRs can establish population. Ngozi claimed that was before the phylogenetic tree was mapped out in 2003. But as recent as 2017, they are still using 8 STR loci to establish population and discriminate individuals in the population study.
Hold on. He said as in 2017, they were still using it, right?
He said,
watch this. Ngozi talking after 2017 onward. Ain't that what the text say down here?
That's what Gozy say, but I don't see the text. Oh yeah, he
I'm
said.
talking about right here. It say past.
He said I said that 21 standard model passed 2017 to 2022. Well, that source right there is game over. Because first of all, you didn't say that, but now that you're trying to clean it up, you are out of the time frame of when the survey or the test was conducted.
So you wrong.
So that's like saying right now we. Oh, go ahead.
Even if it wasn't, he's still wrong. Like
he's wrong.
So
He's absolutely wrong.
That's 17 and 21 is still not the standard in 2024. Right? Correct me if I'm.
You may be right. You know what I'm saying?
It's still 13.
Is still hold up, 13
right.
is still the standard.
Yeah, the 13 is still the standard.
So the FBI standard hasn't changed yet. 13 is still sufficient.
Yeah, the 17 and 21 he's referring to, I believe he was referring to what they use if they were to take your sample and they want to show your adherence to a particular population. Because guess what? The reason why they could only get 13 off of the mummies or 8 out of 13 is because those are there's not much organic matter DNA. There to get to, you know what I'm saying? Now for us that's living, you could easily get 17 or 21.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
So let's finish that. It ain't but another minute left.
In Gozi said that Soa Keto wasn't in agreement with the results of the Amana mummies, but in Shamaka Keto's latest work, Ancient Egyptian Genomes from Northern Egypt, further discussion, he referenced the Amana mummies. And I quote, the results that are likely reliable are from studies that analyze short tandem repeats from Amana royal mummies.
Get your pickle chin out, boy.
Queen T being mtDNA-K means nothing. They also found Nubian components in Queen T. Furthermore, the people in Africa with the highest percentage of mtDNA-K are all Black Africans. Whether you agree or not, Cushitic women are Black African. Oromo women are Black African. We're not saying that they are Black West African, but just like you push the rhetoric that there isn't one way to be African, there isn't one way to be a Black African. You're the DNA guy. So when they suggest, and the key word here is suggest, a population may have came from Eurasia, it is not 100% substantiated. Remember, they once said mtDNA-N was Eurasian until basal N was discovered in Africa by way of the Green Sahara. You saying the results are small further proves our claims, because out of 8 STRs that was used, the most dominant population affinity was Sub-Saharan African.
Yeah.
We're not saying the ancient Egyptians were Sub-Saharan African, but the Amana mummies do share affinities with people of today who are from Sub-Saharan Africa. So last night on the Carnival.
You can start. This part too. Yeah, that was good. So he did.
Yeah,
good.
by the way, Smash, I've been trying to get this across now for 5 years to the people in this community regarding DNA. I said it on Garfield Show one time, and it just wasn't computing to him, right? I told him, when you submit your sample to a company and they send you back a printout saying that you are 80% this or 50% that, it doesn't mean that you're 80% sub-Saharan. It's saying that you have 80% adherence or affinity to the genomic signature that we have in our database that we have established as being representative of sub-Saharan Africa. There's no such thing as being 80% of something. It's all based on affinity. And no matter how I tried to explicate it to him, it couldn't calculate. And not just him, a lot of them. So a lot of them are dishonest, and a lot of them are really just not very bright. I'm sorry.
I can't disagree. Cats be showing they got a halfway good memory sometimes. But if you're using the data like you're using it, everybody know how easy it is to lie with statistics. You could just reference something and make something look like something with statistics. You know what I'm saying? 50% of this was this. But I mean,
and Black TV showed that he completely and outrightly lied on Shamaka Keita, bruh.
No.
And goes to use a liar, bruh.
Well, he's pulling. I kind of cited that too, because but we could show it again, because he kept on saying, "Go to Wiki and see what Shamaka Keita say." and I'm about to go there. But y'all can keep building.
The only thing he's gonna be saying is that study was some BS. You talking about the Schuleman report? His response to that?
No, because Kieta, remember first he was found acting like he had found the source, but then he couldn't find it, and I said he just reading the wiki.
Yeah, he bounced that day.
Yeah. Now
he never come back.
Now again, hold on. He keep on doing this, and I don't know. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna try to see if they mention this another time because I think he was reading one. Now, this is gonna be hella funny. All right, this shit is hella funny. Because cats don't even know how to do their wiki right. So I don't even be knowing. Now I got it. Y'all see the screen? And I told you they was reading from the wiki. I just know this shit by now.
Yeah,
like,
see it.
Remember when the other day he did the fumbling bumbling? He was like, so I found the source. I had it at DNA Tribes, but then it wasn't at DNA Tribes, and then I found the link. And I was like, he's just saying that just not to say he reading wiki. Well, here's the exact quote that he was reading the other day, and let's tear this apart and show this true disingenuousness and how this wiki works. Because the person who injected this in wiki got the same intentions as Gozi, and I'm about to prove it. It says, in a comment on Hawass et al. Et al. Is and them, basically. Hawass and them, 2010, 2012. Now, that's what he's talking about, Hawass 2010, 2012. Not what he did with it, but let's listen. Kieta pointed out, based on inserting the data in Pop Affiliator online calculator, which only calculates affinities to East Asia, Eurasia, and Sub-Saharan Africa, but not to North Africa or to the Near East, for instance, that the majority of the samples have an affinity with Sub-Saharan Africans in one affinity analysis, which does not mean that they lack other affiliations. An important point to that topological thinking obscures. Also, different data and algorithms might give different results, which will illustrate the complexity of the biological heritage of this interpretation. Now, Katz is taking this to act like this ain't a disclaimer on the results that he rendered. So basically, you have to render your results what the test showed, and then you got to be honest about it, right? And he's saying, okay, if you do something else with it, you might get something else. But he not discrediting his own work, saying that, but what I found in Pop Affiliator ain't creditable. He's simply saying, again, he says that the majority of the samples have an affinity to Sub-Saharan Africans in one infinity analysis, which does not mean that they lack other affiliations. So here's another thing. You know how DNA is broken down into percentages? It's say 93% soaker for Sub-Saharan African. No one is saying that these other affiliations ain't falling in the other 7%.
Right.
But the data is still the data. And it's an important point that typological thinking obscures. Also, different data. Now, different data, let me ask y'all, not a different calculator. That's when he say different algorithms, right? But he say different data, meaning what? I don't even want to say it out of my mouth. If we was on a multiple choice test right now, and they said, what is he referring to when he say different data?
I would say different DNA.
Thank you. Other STRs. Like, is we retarded? He's saying different data. And then he mentions the calculator. Exactly. Then he says, and algorithms.
So that means different calculators.
Exactly. So if you take
see how your boy, how smart your boy, they say I'm an
Thank
idiot.
you. No,
but I'm smart enough.
Of course you smart. That's why we here. All that slander they threw at you just got you right here. You feel me?
Yeah, I'm public. And matter of fact, I'm public enemy #1 right now at the moment.
You got
So
that little country accent, James. That's all that is.
yeah,
You know,
yeah,
the northern. I noticed that with Northern Americans, they be feeling like the people in the South like slow or something.
yeah. We just got a different accent. That's just it.
Yeah. I'm from. I mean, my family from the South, so they tripping. But my family from the South, where they talk fast. They talk. You feel me? So I might talk fast, like Shannon Sharp. You hear how he get it in sometimes. He's like, oh, wait, hold up, no. That's the part of Mississippi my parents come from. But let me show you something. Am I wrong that he says also different data? Well, for the people who don't think that he's saying this, let's check. What's the opposite of different? It's the same, right? So he would have said the same data and different algorithms may give different results. But he said different data. And so I'm like, why is you trying to act like he's trying to discredit his own self? He is making this a disclaimer on his presentation. He like, look, this is what my data say. This data right here say that they got affinities to sub-Saharan Africans. But different data and the different algorithms may give different results, which would illustrate the complexity of biological heritage and its interpretation. See?
It's called being honest and responsible.
Thank you.
That's what it's called. That's something that Schuneman and the rest of her cohorts didn't do. That's what he's doing.
And science, they do this all the time because they did this with that motive when they tried to infer Neanderthal ancestry in him. So, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to push that on the African continent. But the other scientists that was looking at that paper, they was like, oh man, hell no, our data ain't saying this. Let us look at your data. And then when they looked at their data, they had to retract because then they say, oh, somebody forgot to run something. See what I'm saying? This is what they said. They said they attributed it to a mistake, but that misinformation got out, and everybody had to fight that back. You know what I'm saying? On that motorboy in Ethiopia. So they do this all the time, and it's a game they play, in my opinion. Same thing with the meta nature. You can go in and look at what they're doing, and you can say, because but we ain't got no degrees in this. So you can go in there and look and say, man, that ain't looking right. But they'll say, because you ain't got a degree, that what you showing us right here in our face is wrong. And that's what I don't appreciate with what's going on in this community. We ain't saying that it don't say black or it don't say they saying that it don't say black, it say Kim, and Kim could be dark.
But they say that about every word that when they call them black.
Who's dark on the continent of Africa?
Nah, don't play the dark game, James.
I'm just saying that we just wanted to play that game.
So now I'm about to beat the brakes off that pseudo source that they tried to read, that Social tried to give Chef about the 21 STRs. But go ahead real quick.
Yeah, see, that would be important to read. So
we got
but he already busted himself in that little text at the bottom of that video when he said he talking about 2017. And
he made that up, bro. I'm about to prove it, man. This shit make me mad, bro. But go ahead. I mean, not mad, but
I'm just saying
it's to the point where cats is lying. Then they go hostile escape and they slander you, and then you be thinking, damn, did I get that for me wrong? And you go look at this shit, and it's just motherfuckers getting at you wrong.
Hey,
over
Smash,
this information.
I'm gonna read part of Kieda's write up on the Schuneman study if I can. If I could share my screen right quick.
Oh, right here.
All right, hold on. It's a lot of $10 words in here to the audience, so be forewarned. You might want to, hop on Google, screenshot this and punch in some of those words because Kieda is a beast with the $10 words, man. So here we go. Can y'all see that? All right, so as it says, the processes, and this is from his book, Ideas About Race in Nile Valley Histories, right? And this is page 107. All right, so it says here, the processes of chain migration, or its equivalent, sexual selection, and genetic drift / founder effect have much more explanatory power than that implied by the extrapolation. And the extrapolation he's referring to is the extrapolation that was made by Schunemann et al. In regards to the 3 mummies they were able to fully sequence, and then making the extrapolation that the ancient Egypt was mostly had mostly affinities to to West Asia, and they had the sub-Saharan come in later through the slave trade. So that's what he's speaking about when he says extrapolation, right? It is clear that there was documented migration into the area during the times covered by the sample of the mtDNA, the mitochondrial DNA. The data would better serve the writing of a local regional history than a racial one for all of Egypt across time and space, and specifically better for a woman's history of the region of Abu Sir, El Malek, and the surrounds, because of course mitochondrial DNA is for the women, telling you what what the female line was, right? Contextual data are consistent with most of the mitochondrial DNA being likely temporally dynastic in that area of Egypt. But quantification of this is difficult. Isotope analysis of skeletons has shown evidence of substantial first-generation migration from Southwest Asia. However, even if pre-Neolithic in origin, they have still been assimilated into an African milieu and are thus endogenous. At what point in time the migrants' DNA becomes indigenous becomes interesting in the historical and evolutionary sense. There was a local Nilotic African population that assimilated others. The Bayesian temporal extrapolation based on the type and amount of data is statistically problematic. And that's just a lot of big words for saying they ain't have enough mummies, and the time in which those mummies are from is problematic. But it is also decontextualized from other kinds of evidence. So he's telling you this shit is fraught with problems. At every turn is bullshit. However, the implied dichotomy of a sub-Saharan versus the rest of the world is far more disturbing as a construct, for it suggests that racial thinking is still paradigmatically embedded in academics and is deployed by scholars who otherwise formally disavow it. So it's just a lot of big words for saying that Schunemann shit is garbage, and it was disingenuous. The study design was disingenuous, meant to produce a result, an agenda. Then they propagated it to the media, and then the media pushed it out everywhere to basically make it so that that's basically the truth now.
We fighting right now. That's what's going on. And like I said, the same thing with Mota. We have to beat that back. You see what I'm saying? So this is what they doing. And say they think, some people think the scientific racism is over with, but it's not. These people are doing this in science. They're doing it in linguistics. They're doing it all over at sleight of hand. And you got some Europeans on the right side of history. That, so it's not just a racial thing, because you have some Europeans that'll tell the truth. You have some Arabs, and you have some that are being disingenuous. Same thing with our people, African people. We see it today. Some of them are being disingenuous. So that's what it has to be, because I remember one time Smash told us a story when he first joined the Rock squad, and how he wasn't confident. And then he went back and started looking. He was like, man, I'm tripping. You know what I'm saying? This is what it is with the DNA. Like, man, he done made us go look at this stuff so deep to where we like, oh, man, we ain't wrong. Now we enforcefully saying that you wrong, Ngozi. And that's what it is, and we recognize it.
Okay, can I talk?
Peace. What's up with Reggie?
Well, first thing is I just want to commend Smash Rockwell for having us focus on a new scientific tool that escaped a lot of us, the pop-affiliator calculator, and what it does, because of scientific racism, the so-called sub-Saharan STRs were not being used. But then they began with all the work to catalog the STRs of the sub-Saharan DNA. Now, Egypt has been lax on cataloging their population's DNA for cultural norms, as they call it, for Arab cultural norms, and for security. So they're not interested in that type of work because it interferes with the narrative they have to say. Now, I did a show maybe a week ago when I talked about the Museum of Black Civilizations. And in that, you will see Gordine. Gordine, his name is Jean-Pierre Gordine. He is the article writer of the Pop Affiliator. He wasn't just mentioning it in his conversation. That was the guy, right? That was the guy. If you go back and look, it was in French, but his slides were in English. But that was the guy. So now, how I got access to the conference is through the Nile Valley Collective, which is a mixed ethnic group of scholars, right? And they, Dr. Vanessa Davies, who I have corresponded with and interviewed before, she's a European descent, if you want to use that term, she let me know that the conference was going on. Now, we have access to the experts. In this particular case, don't be fooled, y'all. Ngozi, Chief, whatever, and some of you on this channel that I see that flip-flop, y'all don't have access to the scholars. We do. And we are on the right side of history and the right side of science. See, y'all don't know when I was arguing with our Unc and them people about the skin map. Y'all don't know, I corresponded with him. A lot of scholars just say, don't put out my personal, I'll respond to you, but please don't put out my stuff to the public. You could talk about what they said, but but don't put out correspondences. So I always try to correspond with scholars. And Ngozi was dead wrong. Smash did a monumental job of tracking down. He didn't know what he was talking about. He didn't know anything about the pop affiliator. He was using the PCA data and his haplogroup data, right? He didn't know anything about the pop affiliator and what it requires, right? That was disastrous, right? I mean, that was just, unfortunately, it's online. He can't take it down. But he said nothing. And all the sources that he tried to use had nothing to do with the STRs. He doesn't know how valuable the STRs are. It's like fingerprinting. But yet he continued on. And then Sheffrin's a very interesting person. Sheffrin is not on our side of information. Sheffrin has his own point of view, because every now and then he tells on himself, we got these niggas. He says that all the time. Sheffrin, you still a pseudo killer, right? But what the thing is, you don't have the information. So now a person like me who went to college, I got a degree, a bachelor's of science, School of Engineering. I got a published article, right? In a journal. They want to fool you and say that people like myself is not relevant and Smash is not relevant, but they are completely irrelevant. So with that said, I'm gonna keep listening. But if you want to be fooled by these people, you can. You really, really can. But the fact of the matter is, you're being fooled. Ngozi's conversation was embarrassing. And some of the people that are on today that I argue with, they're not competent. You could talk all you want, sound smart. You could talk all you want, and you can sound smart. And I'm ending right now.
Hey,
But
Reggie, I got a question for you. I got a question for you.
This
The
is
widely
Haskell.
held, huh?
This is Haskell 45.
Yeah, this Haskell. What's going on,
Why are you
man?
talking to me? Why you talking to me? You said that I always get bad arguments. Why do you want to talk to me today?
Yeah, I say you make poor art because it's not personal, man. It's just my
Okay,
assessment of
I'm
you.
being personal. I don't want to talk to you.
Word.
All right,
Okay.
fair enough.
Okay. That is what it is. Haskell. Can't force
It
it.
is what it is, man. I can't
dug
be
your
mad at
ditch,
that.
you gotta lay in it. Yeah, but you know what, Reggie? I like that what you just said because I gave Chef a name the other day. His new name is High Top. Do you know who High Top is?
High Top from the cop show.
Colors.
There was a cop movie.
No, it was Colors. Colors.
Yeah, Colors.
He was
the
a
cop
blood
movie.
and a crip. He was a blood and a crip.
Yeah.
He be
Hey, I got
over
a
here like
question.
he cool, then he go over there and
Chef
say
is
something
cool.
else. Yeah, he
But
is. I
he
love
ain't
Chef.
finished. He ain't finished
Chef
learning.
cool.
He ain't finished learning.
Yeah,
See, I could
just
say
be
one thing
seeing him
about
flip-flop.
I could say one thing about Chef. I believe he's being sincere. I can't say that about Ngozi.
Oh no, he ain't even
And
in the same category as Gozy. We just talking about characters of YouTube right now. It's not like he doing what Gozy do.
Yeah, I got
yeah,
love for Chef, but
I'm saying
I be mad at him because it seems like he listened to both sides, and then he don't comprehend. Like once you counter what somebody said, he can't understand what you're saying as far as a counter. To where he can go ahead and make a decision right then and there on the spot. He just leave it in the air.
Last night I was talking to Sheffrin, and I was talking to him on Sarnetta's show about Christ and Mary. And Mary says that she's Parthena, right? Partheness, meaning that first of all, there's no gospel of her. So she never said it. Someone else is saying it, right? And Chef was like, no, we all know that it was a magical birth. Everybody know that shit, right? But we're examining the word, parthenos. That was a common Greek word for a marriageable woman. It's the same thing as like hamwamwet in ancient Egypt, right? No, everybody knows it's no, we don't know. So what we want to do is we want to examine the Greek, right? And then we want to make sense of the timeline of this thing that we're talking about in the Bible. We know that Mark didn't even talk about a virgin birth, right? So if Mark, which is the first of the Gospels that come out, don't talk about it, then how does it appear later? And then, no, but and then I said I read another passage in the Torah, right? Well, basically the Torah, the Old Testament, where God only has to say that you are his firstborn son of God. No woman is required, no man. That's David, right? No, but we know it's a magical bird. Like everybody know that shit, right? No. So Sheffrin goes on the line of he's just learning and commentary. He has a nice studio, nice show. But he doesn't really yet have the skill set, right?
he doesn't have the information base yet. I don't know if he's even so much interested in getting the information base, but I wanted to ask Smash if he's still on the panel.
I'm right here.
All right, so this widely held assertion that King Tut was inbred. What is that based on? What's the substantiation for that?
I ain't got
Because
much on that.
Because who among his paternal or maternal line are related? So we have Thuya Yuya, T, right? Amenhotep III, right? So those are the grandparents. So I went great grandparents and grandparents, and then we have finally his parents, Akhenaten, and was it Nefertiti? Right. So of those six individuals, which of them were related for him to be inbred? Because that's one of the things that I hear said as if it's like this.
They don't say he was the daughter of Nefertiti though. Wait a minute, right? They say he was the daughter of another wife.
Son.
I mean son. I don't know what I'm saying. They say he was the son of another wife.
Oh, so Nefertiti ain't his Nefertiti ain't his mama.
Well,
Hawass said that. I know Reggie will get mad. Hawass said that Nefertiti was his mom.
What he said, what Hawass said?
Hawass said Nefertiti wasn't his mother.
Do they know who his mother? Who does Hawass have as his mother then?
We could probably look it up quick.
I don't know.
Okay, well,
We could probably look that up quick. I'm just in the middle. Somebody could pull that
yeah,
up.
well, just to respond, okay, so the Nile Valley Africans follow clan exogamy that Diop talked about. So in this concept, there will be a wife that will give the child a heir, and that child is usually with royal blood, right? And then their concubine wives, the secondary wives that give the king children in case the main king falls out of favor at a particular time. So Akhenaten comes from this brew, this family brew, and then there was another king after. It could have been Nefertiti herself. We don't know if that other king in Elmana was Nefertiti. I forgot the name.
Well, just to add to that, though, there's no ancient Egyptian concept of step. Like your stepsister being one step away, y'all not really blood related, but your parents got together, so now y'all supposed to be related. You see what I'm saying? There was no concept to say, this is my step sister. And so we got to keep that in mind as well.
So they have that's why I used to work clan exogeny, and then we have to look at the cases, and sometimes they do mess it up, right? But it's in this context of a royal, or what you call kemet, which is the people who lead the royal blood, the black cows, right? The kemetiyu, those types of concepts, right? And so now Akhenaten, he disappears from history.
We about to get it in.
His
That's what
wife,
we haven't done yet, Reggie.
what we have it.
Somebody just said in the chat, got me juiced. They said, how y'all arguing over his parentage when it's written in the STR profile? Exactly. This is what the STR values are used for, showing parentage. Exactly. So if we look at the STR profile and it's saying, you feel me? And it keeps saying, but this is what we about to do. Put it in another calculator live. Go ahead, Reggie.
No, so great. So now we have the person in the chat is fine. Is absolutely very helpful to what we're talking about. So we have scientific evidence because of the STRs, and they're really mad about that. And so I'm trying to figure out, first of all, how important is Chief X in this community, and how important is his audience?
Oh, not important at all.
How important is Ngozi in this audience, and how important is his...
more than Chief X?
Yeah.
All right. So
he holds, for some kind of reason, he holds weight on the genetic, and I take that back. He holds weight in the genetic argument, but he's not honorable and genuine in the data that he discriminates to the community. That's what the problem is.
So Ngozi's been playing a very dangerous game, right? And I'm gonna give it up. The very dangerous game is acting like you know something and you can source something and then be our friends about it, right? And I like him, but this is about our people. And so until first he did a disastrous job when Smash was impeaching him, so much so that he should never talk about STRs and stuff like that because he had not. Now we ask him for sources. He never gives sources, but he always comes on as if he gave the sources, right? He never gave a source on pop affiliator and STRs. He just simply said it was BS. Now, I have to ask us, why do we need to fight them, right?
I ain't fighting them no more.
Okay, I'm just gonna teach like you, and then I don't want to do a ban such and such.
Oh no, I'm not on that. Yeah,
I think it's more of a
Gozi apologized. Let me be clear. Me and Gozi could stay in the streets, but he did apologize for the hostile escape that he pulled on me. Like when you go into personal attacks because you being confronted about the information. Now I'm an old nigga and shit. I'm so proud of being from Oakland, California, living to 49 years old. If that and so if you get to that age, shout out to you, Gozy. You know, and so I ain't took no offense from that, but I know the intent behind your words let me know that you think you doing something right now. You know, like, oh, you think you hurting my feelings or something.
I want to say something before I go on Chef's channel, right? Chefin is here right now. So Chefin, I know what you're doing. You're allowing Chief X to disrupt the conversation. You allow him to tell me shut the F up, right? You act like you don't hear it, but you do hear it. You hear you act like you didn't hear Chief X take over the show when you went to the restroom, as if you couldn't hear it in the restroom. And then you come back and then everything is good.
Well, hold on, you was doing good, but you can't. You know why you can verify that he could hear it in the restroom.
Well, but at the same time, he could have played it back.
Yeah, that's an assumption.
No, okay.
Yeah,
he could have played it. He could. Okay, it's an assumption. It's a good assumption, but it didn't matter. He could play it back. He let Chief X take over.
Hey, Reggie, you're right. I can do better.
All right, thank you. That's why you my brother, Chef.
But you ain't wrong, though, Chef. See, when you say shit like that, you gain all the favor back. That's why niggas need to learn how to discourse. Because as soon as somebody getting at you and you hit them with, you know, I can do better, then everything they saying is just dismantled and the conversation switched to being on your side. But people don't know how to do what Chef just did enough. I'm saying, because that was just a wise.
Be right back
that's
to the
just a
same
wise
shit
orator.
8 hours later.
When you know how to deal with shit, you know how to say, you know what, I can do better. Now, if the person say something after that, they in the realm of being a hater. They might could close their conversation out like, yeah, you could do better with this, and then they supposed to shut up. But
we're gonna make them do better.
So shout out to Chef because
we
know how to
we
discourse.
expect to see you do better in the future.
We're gonna make you do better.
Look, I'm a work in progress, right?
Yeah, we're gonna make you do better because I like your show.
My channel, that's what's up. You know what I mean? Like, as long as y'all work with me, you feel me? I work with y'all. I try to make my show better. You dig what I'm saying?
You just need somebody on the opposite side, Chef.
Right. I don't have no show without no viewership. You feel me? So I take everything into consideration. You know what I mean? I ain't crazy. But y'all keep building. I'm gonna jump in. I got something to say about a little bit of what y'all saying anyway. But go ahead, Reggie.
I'm gonna have to leave, but it's a pleasure. I'll be back. I have to go for an hour and a half or somewhere. But it's a pleasure.
Well, I was trying to find a shout out to you, Reggie. Thanks for coming in. I was trying to find another DNA calculator or some DNA calculator software that we could pop these STRs in and see what they say. Because we could do it. These calculators are a putty piece. Thanks for dropping in, Reggie. When you going live?
Well, maybe
that's in 2 days. You said your show was scheduled for 2 days from now.
Yeah. I just listen, man. The world don't play fair, yo. World don't play fair, right? And so when you're a little down, you can get kicked. So a couple of things happen. But yeah. But in the meantime,
hit me back again when you got time. Give me a call. I forgot. I had some simple solutions that I forgot about. Hit me up. Yeah.
You be busy, Smash.
No, hit me.
You did the busy shit on me, but I love you.
I was with you. I think I was in traffic though.
But it's okay. I'll be back in another hour or so, hour and a half, I think.
Well,
all right.
I might be done by then, but yeah, thanks for tapping in.
My brother. But if you could find the STR, see, the STR is the fingerprint. It's forensic. It's scientific. It's active. It's accurate. Whatever Ngozi said, he didn't talk about the accuracy of the STRs, what it means. What he tried to do is minimize it, right? And that's why he got effed up.
Hey, guess what's the funny part in closing? Remember that show? I know that I got the number right. It was a show from the 70s, 80s when we was young.
Yeah.
Called 8 is Enough. Got him. 8 is enough with these STRs as we see. Y'all don't remember 8 is Enough?
Yo, that's funny as hell.
That is so Smash. That's why the music thing and your insight that's the way. That's
Yo,
why.
that's gonna be a hell of a jam, Smash.
Yeah, you can write a whole song around it.
Going to sample. I'm gonna sample Eight is
put
enough.
that down, Smash.
Hold on,
I'ma
we about
put
to
you
see
in
if
the
it got
greatest
some
of
good
all
music.
time.
I'm gonna sample Eight is enough. Eight is E. Let's see if they got a sample. Eight enough. We about to listen to the Eight is enough theme song, and I'm gonna give this boy some bars in a few minutes. Talking about DNA. I'll just say, hold on. Eight is enough
this
theme
gonna
song.
be out of control.
Let's listen. Here go Eight is enough. Let's see if it slaps.
Over 7,000 people have used the information in this book to ditch their 9-to-5 job.
I'm gonna sample that. Oh, I can bring that back. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make that knock. It's gonna be going bum 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 boom bum 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 bum. We about to make that be slapping. 8 is enough, DNA. It's gonna be
I thought it was a show that was called 8 is enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's this theme. So y'all not seeing
that might
the
not
theme
be
song?
the theme song. Let it keep playing.
There's gotta be somebody in the show like Ngozi, and they cross-examine him and he don't know what it is.
Y'all hear that music?
I think that's just the beginning of an episode. That ain't the theme song, Smash. I'm telling you.
Oh, well, they said they got 2 versions.
Episode that you watch.
I ain't gonna play it too much, so YouTube gonna beat my head down.
Strike you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now that slap. I'm about to sample that right now. That's inspiration. I'm gonna make
I wonder how this rhyme that you gonna say with this. How this
I ain't doing that for real. If it happened, it happened. That's hella funny. But I ain't doing that for real.
Line that you say in that line that you say in Harku, well, you said that's what you call repairing. Yeah, you was like, I wonder if a saw fixes, but that shit is cold. I was like, this shit is crazy. Yo, I was like, this guy is crazy. That's what you call repairing. Yeah, I was like, man, really?
And James, on some black allergy.
I mean, if your brain work, ancient Egypt was on some wordplay shit. Don't be on YouTube talking about reparians in your window broke, dog. Somebody gonna think of that.
Hey, on some blackology shit, this had to be the ancestors, bro.
What you mean?
Cause how that shit just lined up so perfectly, the 8 is enough. That's crazy.
Oh, that's hella fun, yeah. That's just them jokes. That's just jokes.
I can't wait to hear the finished product if you go through with that. You know what I'm saying? If you do that shit for real, and if it come out jamming, boy, that's gonna be a masterpiece. I'm just saying, if it come out as good as Harku, that shit would be amazing to me. But anyway, let me I
blocked Ngozi. I did show my true colors. Let me show you my true colors. Y'all is like, no disrespect to anybody. The people who present themselves in the chat, like you got Ka, right? And then you got text after that. You don't have a visual image that might represent who you are in the real world. So I'm not accepting. Oh, you can leave that comment up there. Shout out. Shout out to the people who as long as he ain't disagree. I mean, he ain't being slanderous. Now the thing I'm saying is, dang, I forgot what he said anyway, so forget it. I was reading this comment that got it right, but that's no big deal. He was just basically saying I blocked Ngozi. Nah, I'm blocking niggas this year. If you proved over the past 3 or 4 years that you're gonna maintain your contention in the sight of real facts and evidence, you up out of here. I don't need you in my space. Blocking everything, not just YouTube's, everything. Cause I don't need to see certain people. Like, why did I just tell you was wrong and I turned it? You an old nigga. I don't need that in my life. Like, just as far as meeting people and discoursing, when you can't refute something, you want to take it someplace else, a place that I'm way more ready for than scholarship. Like, that's wild and that's bringing me down. I'm glad y'all couldn't hear me saying nothing back to him because I hate, you could just hear him going in on me. And I hate having to apologize. You feel me? And so, I don't know. If it's that serious, then fine. I ain't need nobody. Like, I really be acting like, now, certain things I'm about to say is going to seem like they can't be said in humility. But y'all be seeing, like, have y'all ever seen when KRS-One go live? Again, I told you, what I said can't be said in humility was because people don't really know my background. But
you
I
talking
just
about when he do the Temple of Hip Hop every Sunday?
Have you
Yeah, I
ever watched
watched
him
that.
when he? Well, first I got more viewership than him. That ain't no disrespect to him. But second, he blocked the chat. Don't let nobody say nothing, and just teach what he teach and do it like that. Now, I always thought that wasn't cool. You got to get out here and be with the people and chill, right? But I'm learning that it's certain individuals that haven't really gotten to a point in life where why you think rappers go at it at less often than more, and then the age of beef came out, is because y'all both got a contract with a label, right? Most honestly. And in reality, y'all not even about to start even going there unless something get really, really serious, then y'all putting shit on the line. You see what I'm saying? Like, okay, fuck it. Let's go at it. Well, when you dealing with men who I said this sound like it won't be able to be said with no humility, but it's just simply facts. When you dealing with dudes who ain't even, you know what I'm saying, like establish nothing in the world to have to be able to put on the line when you putting your public profile out to the world, that is already a no-win situation. Because in order to engage to the levels, like in order for me to go where Gozy want to go now, I got to say hella shit I don't even want to say to you. Just in order to stay on a YouTube platform not looking bad. So that shit is bogus to me. I don't want to, but I definitely ain't associate with people who proving that in the light of the information that they see, they still gonna just maintain their bullshit. We've been talking about this for years. I didn't make up the fact that Gozy was palm reading. His name is Jossie and Gozy. I will Google your name right now and pull up your show on Blog Talk about spirituality, bro. You ain't got no old shows on Blog Talk about DNA. Like, fuck it, we doing all this shit today, but somebody could talk.
Hold on. What? I thought he was the DNA guy.
Let's see. Oh, that's way back then. Nah, nigga, this when we was on Armor Rock Squad talking about this shit.
Well, Smash is saying you can go back far enough in someone's history to find out when they started doing what they doing. Just like I can go on my Facebook page and I can show you I was talking about DNA in 2015 or something. You see what I'm saying?
Look at this. Well, I'm old enough to know that your YouTube page, your Blog Talk page was called Self-Realization. And you was reading palms. This show is designed to give a clear understanding to self. Topics including economics, health, meditation, and disputing pseudoscience spirituality. This show is not about living up to expectations of others. I will not be a prisoner to people's emotions. My goal is to help those who have been misled, misinformed, and misguided to take back their minds and to begin to cultivate their own perceptions about life. So let's see what you was talking about, bro. Now this was the good one, 12 years ago, and I wish this data was up here so we could expose the flip-flop. Who were the ancient Egyptians and where are they now? You so lucky they messed that up. Because I know what we were saying 12 years ago. What else was we talking about? Quantum mondum. What is quantum mondum? You tell me. And how does quantum monad relate to the soul? 12 years ago, let's see what I was talking about. Golly, this shit is crazy. So you telling me you was talking about, why don't you come on the show and talk about quantum monad? Or maybe you could come on the show and talk about the African presence in early Asia. See? Knowledge of self. Where's DNA? But you got a degree in this shit. Nobody believe that fake ass shit. Breaking up the monodity, breaking up the confusion in the unconscious community. Proof of the soul. This is your show.
He was a pseudo extremist back then.
The importance of health and fitness. Shout out to that show. Who can say that about that? The mighty neuron. Does God care about us? Man, you supposed to be embodying the DNA since back in the day. Something about a Jedi was just on the screen. I don't even want to go there. A fresh start. What is consciousness? So that's what you came on talking about. Stop hating. I'm old enough to remember this. That's for sure. Ain't shit on here about no DNA, self-realization, Jossie and Gozy. That wasn't me, man. This way you used to read palms, bro. I know I threw us off, but the rants is what they want, so fuck it. So how you bring that back? Might be with some slap or something, huh? Be with some slap. Bring that back. Because when you get on that rant vibe, the mic ain't open for me to just keep saying all this shit.
Man, Smash, damn, hold on, Sheffer. You done deleted all your videos, homie? Sheffer, calling Sheffer. Did you delete all your videos?
Man, is you crazy?
Well, why I don't see all your videos? I only see 2.
You might don't know how to work the internet.
That's a damn. Hold on. I'll be right back because I'm looking for something.
Hey, James, you got to go to Carnivorous Podcast. Carnivorous Podcast.
I know what this podcast is. Let's just hold on. I'll be back.
You got to hit the tab that say live, James, not videos. The tab that say live.
Stop it.
Yeah, he only got 2 recorded videos, but he got the lives.
So is DNA in the category of spirituality?
He was really a palm reader?
And he said he still read energy. That's his response to that. You know how ain't nobody said nothing to Cat Williams? They just come in and say, oh, that was hella years ago. They're not saying it was a lie.
I knew Gozy was fantastical. Yup.
Man, don't have me find them palm reading blog talk.
So we might be right that Ngozi been saying stuff that's not factual about DNA for some time now.
Oh man, no, yeah, we're right. I mean, because when you hear me? Because when confronted with the information, he just did an outburst on me and start trying to go get hostile. So that just proved to me that, you know what I'm saying, he ain't really trying to do that like that. Like, he ain't trying to be honest, man. Because if he trying to be mad.
Let me, if y'all will allow me, man, I just want to table something. I set something up to really just table this. I don't think we would even have to have a discussion anymore after. Just allow me to just do this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to start off by showing Ngozi in the conversation that we had on Chef's channel. Now, I'm going to frame it like this. He's telling, before he even knows that I know all this, he's telling us that DE comes from Eurasia. This is what he's telling us right in our face, but I'm listening, right? I'm just telling y'all what I'm thinking in my head when he's saying this. I'm listening, and I already got this tab popped up that's showing DO. As soon as I bring up DO, he's going to start interrupting me, and he's going to already know about DO. So what that means, if he knows about DO, he knows that, see, like he said, we use the old data. He knows that the new data on the DNA of the D is already been found. The origins of an older mutation is in Nigeria. He knows this. So watch this. I'm going to show what he does. Watch this.
E as a whole, macro haplogroup.
Wait, what you mean in the zones that exist?
Excuse me?
No, that was on the show when I was asking Go.
Oh, okay, damn, my bad. Now watch this.
Man, goddamn.
I'm trying to understand.
Yeah,
man,
what he mean is the Africans that left.
What do you mean, Josie? What you mean by it ain't in the zone?
Y'all got your
I'm
ass
asking a
tonight.
cool scientific question.
Right,
What
let
do
him
you mean
finish.
by it wasn't in the zone?
You're
Because
distracting
hold on.
So West African, that is that they have a lot of ancestral distant mutations that they accumulated from ancient populations, from ghost populations, which was close to Jabella Hood, which is archaic Homo sapiens, ancestral East Africans that crossed over there 65 to 30,000 years ago, and E1B1A. You got to think about what macro haplogroup E formed at. Haplogroup E is postulated to have formed, and I'm going back in time so y'all can get the route of what's going on. Even if Ramesses III did have E1B1A, that means nothing. And I'm going to explain something to you. Haplogroup E developed 70,000 years ago, and they postulated if it formed in Arabia or it formed in East Africa. But we do know that it diversified and went through multiple mutations in East Africa, and it happened around 70 to 60,000 years ago. So we started to get hold on, listen. So we get EB38, which is E1B1A, before the downstream of EM2, which formed further west, and before the downstream of the other clade of E1B1A2, which is only in East Africa with the Moda people or the Amadic people, which is E1B1A2 without the M2 mutation. So what I'm trying to say is that when you follow the phylogenetic tree based off genetics, not animal divergence and other organisms, but the genetics and the estimations, haplogroups wouldn't be the paternal line would be a good determining banner. What we have in West Africa, hold on, listen. What we have in West Africa,
see, I'm trying to interrupt.
Is very late downstream mutations. Because if you go to the article called "People in the Early Green Sahara," you had a unique clade of E1B1A that's distinct from the later clades that we accumulated later from Keepian populations that went down and mixed with archaic West Africans and ghost populations and West African hunter-gatherers. But I don't want to focus. I don't want to focus on us right now.
Yeah, let me ask you a question real quick before you move any further. So are you saying that the E marker is you said postulated to have come from outside of Africa? Is that what I heard you say?
What I'm trying to, if you
I'm asking now, this is simple yes or no would do.
Hold on, you gotta let me.
Go ahead.
Maybe
go ahead, brother.
Without emotions, listen, James. Type up haplogroup EM96 and see what I'm trying to tell you.
Don't worry about it. I've already got it up for you.
Bro. Okay.
See that? See how quick I popped that up? Yeah. See, so I'm already on it. So let me stop sharing my screen. Now, what I'm gonna do now is I'm finna go to somebody else that's finna give you everything.
Hold on, you never let it. You said you was playing it to show how he cut you off.
No, not how he cut me off. How he tried to say that the haplogroup E came from outside of Africa. See, he's saying that DE is postulated to have come from outside of Africa, but that's not true.
We ain't hear the part where you brought up DO though. Did you bring up the DO?
We finna get to that. We finna see. I cut him off. Because he's trying to say that haplogroup DO is postulated to come from outside of Africa. But once I said that, once I came in, he hold on, let me play it back so y'all can hear what he said. But see, he talked so damn long, it's just crazy. Hold on. Damn, how do I get back?
Hey, Sirius B, whoever you are, I ain't letting you in the chat. This ain't no time for no strangers.
Okay, now watch what he said. Can y'all see the screen? Hold on.
I ain't taking new people. It's only names I know, and I'm eliminating them one by one. Not like that. They eliminate themselves by calling me shit.
That's Brendan, yo.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, now watch what he say right here.
No, you more than welcome. That's my
West
dude.
Africans and ghost populations and West African hunter-gatherers. But I don't want to focus. I don't want to focus on us right now.
Yeah, let me ask you a question real quick before you move any further. So are you saying that the E marker is you said postulated to have come from outside of Africa? Is that what I heard you say?
What I'm trying to, if you
I'm asking now, this is hold on,
you gotta let me
see.
Maybe
go ahead, brother.
Without emotions, listen, James. Type up haplogroup EM96 and see what I'm trying to tell you.
Don't worry about it. I've already got it up for you.
Okay, and
watch
you see
this. Hold on. Let
me
read this real quick.
But would you let me talk?
Golly.
No, you can
see,
bro. Just listen to me. If you look at the place of origin for haplogroup EM96, you see what it clearly says. It's not an absolute on what portion. They don't know if it's West Asia.
Okay, well, let me read this real quick so I can help you, okay?
You can't help
you can't help me.
Oh, my God. They doing it on purpose.
Read it. Go ahead.
It says, Haber et al. 2019 study proposed an African origin for haplogroup E based on the analysis of the Y chromosome phylogenetic structure. You hear him say DO? That's Ngozi saying DO.
Yeah.
So if he knows about DO, he already knows about this. But before I interjected, he was trying to put it outside of Africa. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
But I busted him right on the show, but y'all don't even know this. You see what I'm saying? I'm sitting up here like, nah, DO has already been discovered, and he's always talking about new data. If you look in the origins of this is the last one that they got. The other ones are the ones where they postulated outside, but those dates are 2017, 15, you know what I'm saying? Because as you know, new data brings new results. So the last one that they got in 2019 saw that and said the DO was in Nigeria. That is its origins. See what I'm saying? He knows this.
So if he's speaking on that, that means when he made that statement that he was fully aware that this information.
That's why I said, hold on and go.
So Smash, you see what we were saying earlier? It's not the microwave. The microwave probably got something to do with it, bro. But outside of that, dude just has bad character. I don't know what is motive.
Again, so y'all,
that's the truth. Because saying shit like they don't look like Burna Boy and y'all some West African niggas, they ain't got shit to do with you. Is that good character?
No.
No, I'm saying that a person can be wrong, right?
No,
like,
hold up, Chef.
I'm gonna be wrong. Y'all gonna be wrong, right? So if a person is wrong, adding everything else that they say to add flavor to the comment, like I think, but you know that's just me. Yeah, I think we all do that.
This is your show, Chef. Check this out. Did you hear me stop him? This was your show.
I heard
your show. Did you hear me stop him?
No, but I heard.
No, I'm talking about the audio we just heard. Did you hear me stop him and ask him, is he saying that DO comes from outside Africa? Did you just hear that?
Yeah.
Then when I said, let me read this, did you hear him know all about DO?
Yeah, but I think one of y'all said that it was proposed to have been from Africa.
He said it was proposed to be outside. I'm saying based on go ahead.
Go ahead, James.
No, go ahead.
No, it's you framing this narrative. So I don't want to interject. You go ahead. You trying to tell the story.
So you just don't want to. So what you saying? You can't comprehend what's going on here?
Jesus Christ.
No, because I don't think that this is not good. If you can't even comprehend what's going on with this,
let me try, James. Hey, Chef.
Okay, go ahead.
By your estimation, going by what you heard so far, being that Ngozi mentioned Dio before James even read it, is it clear to you that he was aware of Dio prior to James even bringing it up, in your estimation?
Yes.
Okay. And would that be tantamount to being duplicit? I'm using these big words, but purposely misrepresenting or being crafty.
Mm-hmm. Well, he thinks that we didn't know about Dio. Basically, Chef, he don't think we know. I know about Dio.
I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't say. I'm not going to say something knowing that there's more recent information that contradicts that. Or if I do say it, I'm going to say, hey, well, I'm not going to do that. So no, we don't all do that, man. I go where the evidence goes, bro. Dude is a liar, man.
But hold on, listen. Let's listen to the rest of it. Let's listen to the rest of how he's doing this, how he's deflecting. He won't even let me read it. He won't even let me read this whole sentence, this whole paragraph, because he knows that this is busting what he's saying. Watch this. Watch this. Hold on. Let me read this real quick.
But would you let me talk?
Golly.
No, you can bro, just listen to me. If you look at the place of origin for haplogroup EM96, you see what it clearly says. It's not an absolute on what portion. They don't know if it's West Asia.
Okay, well, let me read this real quick so I can help you, okay?
You can't help
you can't help me.
Well, hold on. Well, just let me read it then.
Hold on, you can just stop it, bro. I mean, you don't have to.
It says, Haber et al. 2019 study proposed an African origin for haplogroup E based on the analysis of the Y chromosome phylogenetic structure,
Okay.
haplogroup diversion time, and
Yeah.
the recently discovered haplogroup DO
That's right.
found in 3 Nigerians. It says additionally the branch of the
and they found one in the Syrian Russian. But go ahead.
Listen, man.
They found another one in the African.
Why you interrupting when I'm reading this, bro?
I do all
He's
this, bro.
helping you.
No, he ain't helping me. Shut up, Chief. Like,
He is helping you. You don't know
I read
the
this
fuck you
before.
read.
Hey, come on, y'all. Come
So
on.
what this is saying is they found D0 in 3 Nigerians with that X'd out that shit being from outside of Africa.
Those were tentative.
That's exactly what it said. But he don't want to let me finish reading this shit. So y'all
go ahead and read.
It says,
You know what? When you finish,
in addition to the branch of DE, right? It said the lineage diverges earlier from the earlier haplogroup D. It says the office of support or African origin of
Jay,
DE
pause it real quick.
and the
Pause it real quick.
of haplogroup C and D. Yeah.
Pause it real quick, James.
Yeah.
All right. You see even that little shit that he do in the background? Yeah.
Yeah, that's distracting.
All of that is meant to disorient you. All of that. I'm trying so hard not to say no epithets, but it's just so disgusting, man. People like him.
But let's be clear. I'm with you. But let's be clear on what James just showed us. It's true, because before he was arguing that she represented West Asia because she had a K marker. James come on here and show him that the K is found in Africa, and he already knew. And his argument is that, well, they haven't had decided which one it come from. So you decided then that it wasn't Africa for her.
Well, correction, Smash. They talking about E, Smash.
Yeah,
not K.
Talking about
I apologize. And the DO, the E and the DO. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what we're talking about. But see, he's saying that the DE was possible. And up here, if y'all can see my mouth, up here it is. But you look at this date, 2015. This is 2000 and maybe 18. But this guy, 2019, he found it in 2019. So now the data has to be updated to what he found that has a genetic mutation before the D and the E split.
I don't remember.
This shit is crazy.
I don't remember.
You know, he think we dumb.
I don't remember the initial argument that y'all. I do remember the initial argument y'all was having over K, but I don't remember y'all initial contention over E. So you got to refute.
Yeah, because check it out, Smash. E is how what they use to measure the out of Africa migration. When they found that,
I got you. But what was y'all contending over about?
Smash.
Okay,
Ramesses
the
3.
third. Okay,
and then K is about T.
So that was about T or T. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
so about Ramses the third with bullshit. James, about Ramses the third with the E, what was your argument and what was his argument?
His argument is, he's trying to say that they are back migration. Excuse me, that they are back migration Eurasians. That's what he's doing. They're not African.
With the E
haplogroup.
So he was doing that with the E haplogroup?
Yes.
Is that the one reserved for?
Yeah. He's saying that it originated in West Asia and it back migrated in.
Yes,
that's what he's
trying to do.
So which haplogroup is reserved, I mean, for lack of better words, for Black Africans? So it's for Africans, you know what I'm saying?
Well, you have the A to B, the A to BT, the CT.
I'm only asking that because Rick Kittle said something in the video that might be, like I said, I'm learning while we're doing it. And Rick Kittle said something in the video that had me thinking. He said there's only one haplogroup that represents Africa.
Well, that's I don't know what he.
I might be misquoting him. He not wrong. If anything is wrong, it's me misquoting him right now.
Yeah, well, okay, well, just what I'm saying. So as you've seen, he started to know everything about E once I interject this, right? But I'm telling you the reason why he's trying to do that, because he wants it to be, he said that their DNA is a result of a back migration, right? That's what he's saying. That's all he's trying to do. He's trying to make sure.
About Ramses' name, that's hella crazy. If I would have knew that at the time on the show, I would have been like telling him he was tripping more.
Because Smash, every time they bring up the that Ramses 3 thing that literally every Black American brags about his shit online, right?
He won't be one of.
It's right. It's a source of just great consternation for him, to the point where he was calling Rick Kittles out his name, bro. Like,
I got him on the screen right now. Hey, hold
Yo,
on, let me say
yo,
peace to Brendan, because I didn't know your name, Serious B, but Brendan, my man, 50 grand, pseudo killers in the building. Shout out to Brendan. What's up?
Peace, Smash. Happy New Year. I'm sitting back. I'm hearing you guys cook in terms of the genetic conversation, and I think it's a good one, right?
Well,
But
I know you
yeah,
researching. I know you
yeah.
looking stuff up, and I know you see stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I won't stop you guys in terms of what you're doing right now, but if when I get a chance, I wanted to add something about the original Schunemann study as well. So but yeah, peace to you and peace to the panel.
Word up.
Peace,
Thanks
Brandon.
for tapping
Long
in.
time no see.
Word up.
Oh,
Thanks
yeah.
for tapping in. Let's listen to what Kittle's gonna say real quick, because I be getting misled by my own understanding sometimes, and when I'm in a new space like this, expect that to happen. But all I look at what the sources say, and when somebody on YouTube's contradicting the sources, I know I'm still standing on solid ground. But let's listen to what Rick Kittle says here.
So, if we were to use haplogroups to define races, it would be extremely problematic just based on that. But even if it wasn't the case, we still couldn't use it. Because throughout different continents, we see that areas where populations go in and out of that area, of that geographic area, you know, the movement of populations within an area or the movement out of an area. That's what we call these transition zones. And these transition zones have a blur in terms of these haplogroups. And so it's not easy to use haplogroups to define races. For instance, Dr. Charles Finch used to call the Middle East, he called it the Northeast African extension. I don't know if you guys remember that in his in some of his work.
Mm-hmm.
What he was saying was at one time that was considered part of Africa. That whole Middle Eastern sort of Sinai, all of that area was considered Africa, because there was this movement back and forth with Africa, and it was called this transition zone. And if you look at the genetics today, we see this transition out of East Africa, out of the Sudan, all of this variation being like a bottleneck, a subset of what's in Sudan being a subset of what we see in the Middle East, which is then a subset of what we see in Asia and a subset in Europe. So it's a transition zone. So it would be extremely problematic to use haplogroups to define races. I think they're useful in terms of saying something about migration. I think they're useful in terms of population history, but in terms of definition of races or using them to define races is problematic, because once again, they're only part of your genome, of your genetic makeup. Remember, your mitochondrial DNA may say one thing and the rest of your genome say completely something else. So why would you want to use that to define race?
Now that's a good statement I wanted us to hear. I also wanted us to hear one more that he says relevant to this, but I'm gonna pull out and find it. Y'all can
and I agree with him 100%. See what I'm saying? I agree with him.
There you have it.
Because
There
they
you have
don't
it.
use haplogroup mutation to identify race. What did they use? They use integration.
Oh, well, I don't even know if the race thing, they use anything to identify race, but I don't know. You know, the word race is what
say
is
a
most
cline
focused on.
or a population group instead of race. You could sub something else in there, but that's what they use to basically saying that you have more affinity to this group of people than another.
But yeah, he also said something about Africans only having they doing racism.
So,
but I can't find it. He was like, he said something about haplogroups different. I gotta try to find that quote. I'll be right back.
You, peace and fat you.
Well, I don't know how I'm gonna find it, but yeah. Anyway, anybody got something to say? Because I went over 3 hours and I'm about to go handle some business, I guess. So
yeah, I actually did, because I wanted to add just a piece about the because I heard you guys speaking earlier about the Schunemann study. Yeah. And I'll be very brief in terms of what I wanted to add to that conversation on that particular piece, if I can.
You got the floor.
Okay, well, cool. So in terms of that, I know that the Schunemann study, the 2017 piece, it's something that keeps coming up in these particular conversations, right? And today, I think we're being a bit heavy-handed, in terms of the treatment of the study, saying it's like, okay, it's completely BS. We should just throw it in the garbage, right? In terms of that, right? But when you take a look at these scientific studies, right? Even within the study itself, it talks about the limitations of the study, right? Within the Schunemann study, right, the authors say, be careful in terms of using what we're talking about to make broad statements about the entirety of the ancient Egyptian population, right? And Christopher Ehret, he's one of the persons that came out and actually criticized the Schunemann study, but it was somewhat indirectly, right?
Well, what he criticized was some people's interpretation of it.
Yeah, exactly. And in his Hutchinson Center lecture back in 2020, he talks about the misguided interpretation of that study, right? And I really believe that Soy Kieta, he also talks about the misguided interpretation of that particular study, because within there, right, some of their biggest criticisms in terms of the limitations, right, they talk about the limited number of mummy samples, right, the limited number of locations where those samples were taken from, and the limited time periods, right, which all of those, I think those were sort of addressed within the study. They talked about it, and they said that, okay, well, be very careful in terms of what you're saying, right? But there was actually a subsequent study that Schunemann and his team did back in 2021 that somewhat addressed the limitations that we're talking about, right? So what they did in 2021, and if I can share my screen and show you guys sort of just what I talked about. This is just for some basic research that I did over the last couple of days.
Did you put that in the chat too?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I'll put that in there. So that subsequent 2021 study that actually expands on the original scope of the 2017 study, right? It actually adds additional samples from additional mummies, right? So, and it also goes back and says, okay, well, the original study in 2017 was from a single site, the Abu Sir site, right? The subsequent study has 6 different excavation sites added within the study, right? And in terms of the time periods, right, it spans about 4,000 years of ancient Egyptian history, right? So, and the 6 sites, they weren't necessarily located close to each other, right? Those 6 particular sites span the entirety of the Nile River, the Nile Valley there. So even in that, right, it talks about the results that they had in this particular follow-up study from 2021. It says that some of the mitochondrial results, the mitochondrial haplogroup results actually reflect, right, or they verify the results that they got from the original study. So the subsequent study, right, actually addresses some of the limitations, as it should, because that's what science does, right? It takes the critique from whatever was published and what was done, right? Go back to the drawing board, address some of those limitations and come out with some subsequent information, which that's what they did. But I would say even with this subsequent study, we still have to be careful, but based on what Rick Kittles said in terms of using the haplogroups to define race and certainly not ethnicity. So I just wanted to just add that sort of as just a follow on, because I know we never talk about the follow-up study from the Schunemann report, that 2021, that newer study, right, that actually came out. And this is after some of the criticisms that you get from Soy Kieta and Christopher Ehret,
etc. But let me say this, Brendan. In my personal opinion, I believe most of us aren't heavy-handed enough, aren't radical enough regarding the Schunemann study, because in my personal opinion, the study design was designed in a way to bring about a predetermined outcome. Mm-hmm. It's intellectually dishonest on its face, and even though they put in the byline actually says that Egyptians are primarily, analogous with Near East peoples, and sub-Saharan DNA came in the later periods due to the Islamic slave trade. So in other words, it's like you write in a newspaper headline, on the front page, it says, man killed 13 cats or something, right? And then in the very back of the magazine, you put, hey, be cautious because he actually didn't kill 13 cats. What happened was he was driving and he hit a light post, and power line fell and hit the cats and they died. And you know what I'm saying? No, they do that. They do that, right? They put that stuff in the fine print to say, hey, be cautious because da 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 da, to give themselves a rhetorical out. It's called being slick, right? If I could, I'm gonna share my screen real quick. I know you got to go, Smash, but I want to do this real quick to show another issue that Soy Kieda took with the study design of the disingenuous Schunemann study, right? So here we go. And this is in regards to the samples that they were using to as the sub-Saharan, as representative of the sub-Saharan group, right? All right, so it says here, they may have assimilated Southwest Asians or other Africans who may resemble Southwest Asians due to common heritage in Africa, an issue yet to be resolved. There is textual and other evidence of the Black people in Northern Saharan Africa. If the purpose is to ascertain which tropical African populations a late dynastic Northern Egypt population might have affinities with, then populations other than the Yoruba are required in a valid model. So the grouping that they used for their sub-Saharan group was a Yoruba-speaking population. And here he expounds on it further, right? It says here, thirdly, the sample used to identify a sub-Saharan component in later living Egyptians is from a Yoruba-speaking population in Nigeria. This sample is used problematically and incorrectly as a proxy for all infra-Saharan Africa for ancient and modern times. Infra is just another synonym for below or sub, right? Considering the discussions of a generation around race and study design in general, what is the basis for using the Yoruba as a representative of all of sub-Saharan Africa? A questionable unit of analysis. In any case, on careful consideration, it is of interest that the Yoruba are a part. Well, that's some other stuff that's not relevant. But I don't want to keep doing the readership. But he goes on to further say that if you're going to have a collection of sub-Saharan samples, right, to use in this study design, what would be valid would be to use the sub-Saharans from the regions that are proximate to Egypt, namely the Great Lakes region, Southern Africa, etc. Going to Nigeria is disingenuous because they have of course, we as Western and Central Africans, which would be Nigeria, is a different profile from somebody who's in, let's say, the Great Lakes or something like that. So at every turn, these people were being devious.
I don't know if I would go as far as that.
So you're saying that the source population they should have used something just south of Egypt to maybe draw an even better rendering, right?
Because I'm sorry. I just want to just maybe respond on just a few points, because everything you're saying, those are valid critiques in terms of what the doctor is saying, right? So the first piece I would say in terms of the sub-Saharan African due to the slave trade piece, right? I think even within the study, when you take a look at that, they say, okay, well, this influx of sub-Saharan African admixture could be the result of this trans-Saharan slave trade. They even nuance that because they don't necessarily stand on that as a definitive sort of historical, I guess you would say, narrative, because it says that, okay, well, we don't know, we can't say that definitively. They talk about that in the study. They don't necessarily say it's just due to the slave trade. And the other piece is what I would say, I don't want to defend or, try to overly defend what the particular study is, but we always go back to the limitations of the particular study. So the limitations in terms of availability of DNA for analysis, all of those things go into play in terms of what they have available, what they could actually introduce in the study, time limitations, all these different things, right? So I'm sure, right, there's reasons in terms of what they were doing and how they came up with the results and the methodology of the test, but saying it's disingenuous and devious, I don't necessarily see evidence of that, and I'll just leave it at that.
I think he was responding to what he said, but ultimately, I think the scholars who have been doing refutations to it, like you said about Christopher Arian, was talking about the interpretation or the bad misinterpretation of the 2017 article that, like I said earlier, that people come out and use that to say the ancient Egyptians got an increase of sub-Saharan DNA because of that 2017 article. Now, and so that's what Eric was speaking to, that not the article. He wasn't discrediting Shuniman. He was discrediting people who use her results wrong. I want people to know that. And so some of the limitations pointed out by Soy Kiata and what you call it, as you just saw. I have visited that newer Shuniman, which was said to corroborate some of their findings, but I have not heard any scholastic. I haven't heard what the scholars are saying about that one yet. You know what I'm saying?
Put that in the chat, by the way, Brendan. Remember to put that in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, hey, let me do that right now. One of the things, it wasn't fully published, right?
I think did you see the peer review to the original? So there was a peer review that happened to the first one, and I think maybe the peer review corrected the stuff in the first one, or they went on to address the so-called detractors in 2021. But what I would like to see is inside the study what is corroborated, so we can know. You know what I'm saying?
Right. This is what I'm gonna say, Smash. Last night I was having a conversation with Corey a couple nights ago, and I forgot exactly what point we're equivalent over, but he was basically saying that when it comes to what they call Egyptomaniacs, or people who are protractors of Black Egypt, is that he is so distrustful of them because of previous, trickery and stuff that he's witnessed or he's seen them do, that any information he gets from them, he's always waiting for the other shoe to drop. He's always looking for the fake out, right? And for me, I feel the exact same way he does, but in the obverse. And this is dealing with Western academia, particularly this lady Schumann and her cohorts. So I'm eager to read this the study that Brandon is going to be putting in the back chat. But I know if they have all of these, see, the thing is, man, if you have one, I'm sorry, Smash, when you said that Eric particularly doesn't critique the authors themselves, I haven't read what Eric has to say, but as so far as Soy Kieta, not only does he criticize the actual authors, he eviscerates them in a very polite manner. Because everything that I read, he's saying that the study design is problematic in virtually every way. The time period, the area, the Bayesian, the way how they apply the Bayesian statistics, the representative sample that they use for sub-Saharan Africa. Listen, at a point when a study is rife with that many problematic points, at a point you have to say, wait a minute, no, this is intentional. There's an agenda here.
Yeah, when you talk about the criticism from a single, I guess you would say scientist, right? I would say Kieta is a scientist, right? Okay, well, we can take that and say, okay, well, yes, let's put that on the table. What's the date of the study that you're talking about that that Dr. Kieta, his peer review? Do you have the date of that particular response?
This is from a book This is from a book called, let me see if there's a date on it. It's from a book called The Ideas About Race in Nile Valley Histories, a consideration of racial paradigms in recent presentations on Nile Valley, Africa, from Black pharaohs to mummy genomes. So I know for sure it has to be post 2017. I'm not seeing a specific date on here. Oh, here it is. Volume 35, September 2022.
Okay, so that's 2022. Okay.
Right.
Are y'all looking at?
Yeah, I'm very curious, and again, I put the.
I'm going to put that in the
I put
back
the link
chat,
to the
please.
study. Yeah, please. I put the link to the. I put the link to the international synopsis where they talk about this subsequent 2021 study from Schunemann and their team, right? Because this is the place where they talked about it. They reported their results at this international synopsis.
Are we talking about right here, page 20?
Archaeology. But one of the things you may not find what you're looking for is because they don't necessarily publish the entirety of the results in a similar way to how they did the 2017. Right. And there could be several reasons in terms of why they may not have
that's problematic. That's problematic.
What up, Brendan?
Let's
that's
take
a
a look at this.
That's not any good.
Let's take a look at this. Well, there's reasons why subsequent studies may not be published on top of a previous one, right? And one of the reasons why, when you talk about publishing all of this work, right? If a subsequent study that the same team is doing isn't necessarily presenting any new or novel information, it's just verifying what I published on the first one, they're not going to do a full publication on it because it's very timely. It costs a lot of money. They may not necessarily do it. But that could be speculation on my behalf, right? But there are reasons why subsequent studies may not necessarily be fully published. They may just say, "Hey, well, no, I'm going to point you to my 2017."
Hold on, real quick, because we got to deal with this for a second. So this is what we was just looking at about their following. If you said had page 126, right?
Yep.
I can't roll it down.
Yep, you're right there.
I can't roll this window down.
Oh, if somebody getting pulled over, somebody might need to mute out.
Yeah.
Hold on. It sounds like somebody's getting pulled over. Let me see who I need to mute. Who is that talking?
Yeah, I do.
I need to mute him.
All
right. Now it says, if I'm correct, this is what we was just looking at 126. Human mitochondrial haplogroups in the ancient DNA preservation across Egyptian history. And it's just like my brother Brendan just showed us, they're addressing their Abu Sir study, but let's read what they say. It says, Egypt presents an ideal location for genetic studies on population migrations and admixture due to its geographic location and rich history. However, there are only a few reliable genetic studies on ancient Egyptian samples. In a previous study, we assessed the genetic history of a single site, Abu Sir el-Melik from 1388 BC to 426 CE. We now focus on widening the geographic scope to give a general overview of the population genetic background, focusing on the mitochondrial haplogroups presented amongst the whole Egyptian Nile River Valley. It says we collected 81 tooth, hair, bone, and soft tissue samples from 14 mummies and 17 skeletal remains. It says the sample span across 4,000 years of Egyptian history and originate from 6 different excavation sites covering the whole length of the Egyptian Nile Valley. NGS-based ancient DNA 8. Now I gotta read that again. It says NGS-based ancient DNA 8 were applied to reconstruct 18 high-quality mitochondrial genomes from 10 different individuals. So they expanded it from 3 to 10, or because they say 14 mummies, they got samples from 14 mummies and 17 skeletal remains that are ancient. But here,
some of them I don't think those were viable. So I think they only had 10 that were viable for the results.
Now listen to what they say, and this is what Brendan was pointing out. The determined mitochondrial haplogroups match the results from the Abu Sir el-Melik study. It says our results indicate very low rates of modern DNA contamination independent of the type of tissue. Although authentic ancient DNA was recovered from different tissues, a reliable recovery was best achieved using teeth and petrous bone material. Moreover, the rate for successful ancient DNA retrieval between Egyptian mummies and skeletal remains did not differ significantly. The study provides preliminary insights into population histories across different regions and compare tissue-specific DNA preservation for mummies and skeletal remains from the ancient Egyptian Nile Valley. Now, let's scroll down a little bit because I want to just focus on something. They're going to another subject here, and I don't see Shuniman in on the people who's speaking on this. So this is what they had to say about that. Now, I think they might be right, but I hope we're not doing what we accuse others of, is misinterpreting the data to say that this corroborates that they had an influx of more sub-Saharan DNA.
No, not at all.
They do say that though.
But
do say that though.
But do they say that on that what we
Where-
just is this wait real quick? Is this what they're trying to say about what we read? Is all I'm saying.
They say it no, Smash. They say it explicitly. I have it in front of me. I'm gonna read it, and then you can
tell me where to go to. Tell me where to go to.
Right. So it's the same. It's on page 127. Right.
I'm
Hold on. Where is it? Okay.
So I just read all of it.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you where they said it at. We collected 81 tooth, the samples taken approximately 4,000 years of Egyptian history, 6 different excavation sites, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah,
DNA aid. They determine mitochondrial. Okay, here it is. Our results indicate determine mitochondrial. I just had it, man. Although authentic.
Well, I typed the word sub-Saharan in here and it didn't pop up.
right?
So should I help you like that?
Determine mitochondrial.
Hold on. I just had it, man. They said that the results confirmed the 2017 study.
Yeah, I know, but
read
that's what I'm pointing out. And so it don't seem this. I mean, well, I'm just only asking: are they saying that their results confirm that there was an influx of more DNA? Because what they say is the determined mitochondria. Well, just Google the word sub-Saharan and see is it in the document anywhere. All right, so. The determined mitochondrial haplogroups match the results from our Let's be fair. If their results, if you look at the study, the results was saying more than just one thing. So if they saying they match all of their results, then that's fine. I'm not even tripping. If their result is particularly that there was more sub-Saharan DNA, then they saying that the new survey that they did matched that. But I just wanted to see that stated implicitly. Well, to be fair to what Brendan is bringing forth, the name and the title of the 2017 study is that there was more ancient, about this influx after. Isn't that in the title? The part about more sub-Saharan DNA?
Yeah, it says
Yep,
about
in the original
But
study.
didn't they widen the range of the scope of the search?
Well,
Right.
yeah. I mean, it seems to say what it's saying. Like, yeah, they trying to say that more sub-Saharan DNA is right, basically by this, and it, that's what it appears to be trying to say.
But we have to specify why, though.
Yeah, and I do believe in terms of the broadened scope of the subsequent study, they're trying to address some of the limitations that were sort of
right, but
present
why be
in
so
the first
cryptic?
ones, right?
Why be so cryptic about specifically what geographical locations are you speaking
But
about?
not even about that part, about this clarity they bringing. I thought they would have doubled down like I told you about the sub-Saharan right here, but it's not really happening right here. What they say is our results indicate So first, you know how statements are made. They give you the statement. They say the determined mitochondrial haplogroups match the results from our Abusir study. Now they about to go in on that. They say our results indicate very low rates of modern DNA contamination independent of this type of tissue, as if someone had posited that their DNA may be contaminated.
But keep in mind those Smash as
that's
well
called a straw
in terms of
that's called a straw man search.
No, but keep in mind in terms of
I'm not mounting an argument.
No, I'm saying they are erecting a straw man because that was never. I don't see.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see. I think they should be speaking
so,
well, real quick. Let's hear from Brendan.
No, I don't necessarily think they're trying to flim-flam us, because one of the original purposes of this particular study was the refinement of the DNA analysis procedure, right? So this particular thing, what they're also doing, they're validating the validity, right? The effectiveness of whatever procedure or process they're using to analyze ancient DNA from these Egyptian mummies. So there's also a technical piece that they're trying to show, right? Not only just the results. They're saying, okay, well, what we're doing is really effective to analyze these, because none of these samples previously we couldn't really analyze DNA from.
This is cleaning them up. Previously, what you're saying is fair. I'm not saying this about you, but as I just look at this, I'm just trying to keep it in fairness, because they should have just said, on our new studies, we still see that 8% more increase in sub-Saharan DNA. But what they're addressing is some proposed critiques some people had of their survey about, look, our results indicate very low modern DNA contamination. Who thinking about that? Independent of the type of tissue. Although authentic ancient DNA was recovered from different tissues, a reliable recovery was best achieved. So they're addressing the way they recovered it and stuff. But I'm not throwing this away. Moreover, the rate of successful ancient DNA retrieved between Egyptian mummies and skeletal remains did not differ significantly. Retrieval processes. Our study provides preliminary. Now listen to this, because this is where we shouldn't misinterpret again, because they went in to change the language. Well, I don't want to say them. People at first was acting like it was representative of all of Egypt, correct? But now look at what they say here.
They were misinterpreting. Right?
Yeah, exactly. And they were misinterpreting Shuniman them. They didn't mean for it
no,
to be.
No, guys. I gotta object here. That's not a misrepresentation. When you put in your byline of your study that matter of fact, let me not even speak out of turn. Let me pull up the 2017 and get the exact language they use.
All right, well, while you're doing that, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick, before I do that, I want to say, Smash, in your eyes, right? Because you said that to your mind, this statement here doesn't equate to a doubling down insofar as the recent influx of sub-Saharan DNA. To my mind, it does, right? So I'm going to read the statement. They say the determined mitochondrial haplogroups matched the results of our Abusir El-Malek study.
Yeah, that doesn't. We didn't find anything different.
Right. So
see, this is what I'm saying. They say the haplogroup. Let's listen. Now we got to be really visceral and listen really hard. They said the haplogroups match.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Did they say the change in the influx of sub-Saharan DNA matched? Because when you just look, that's what I'm saying.
So what he's saying by them not making any changes in what that haplogroup meant, that they're just basically saying the same thing.
Exactly.
Oh, so if they could have said that, right, is what y'all saying. They just didn't choose.
No, Smash. Listen. It's subtext, right? So if the original study, if the original byline said, "Hey, the sub-Saharan DNA that we see here is as a result of recent influx because of slavery," that statement in the byline of the 2017 study, they arrived at that based on those mitochondrial DNA haplogroups. That's what informs that statement.
And
so
Rick
now
Kittle
when it comes,
just said we can't use haplogroups.
right? So
now you can't use it for race.
Right.
We can't run around. We can't run around.
Whether you can or not, insofar as the discussion we're having right now is not so pertinent, right? The point is, when they put that in their byline, that was based on the observed maternal haplogroups that they got from those 3 mummies they were able to fully sequence. So now when they double back in 2021 and say our results, the determined mitochondrial haplogroups match the results of our Abusir El-Malek study, they're saying, hey, nigga, ain't shit changed. But the name.
Hold on, but let's just be clear. The haplogroups that they're using, they're saying they're non-African haplogroups.
What?
Yes, they're saying that the haplogroups.
I'm confused about.
Slow down. They're saying that if they're using some type of haplogroup to say that their population is non-African, because they're saying that they can see a flux of African DNA coming in later, they're saying that the haplogroups that originate there are non-African.
No, hold on.
Essentially. Essentially,
hold on.
Hold on. Can I get
Real
I'm
quick,
trying to
James,
get an understanding.
I had to real quick. I'm coming back to the original article so we can all get some clarity here, so we can have clarity on what they claim. They say our analysis, and this is in the abstract, so they're telling us our analysis reveals that ancient Egyptians shared more ancestry with Near Easterners than present-day Egyptians who received additional sub-Saharan admixture in more recent times. So let's hold on. Let's be clear. Is that one claim or two?
Isn't that
two?
That's two claims.
Yeah,
one claim is that they shared more ancestry than with the Near Easterners. And the second claim is they received additional sub-Saharan admixture because you could still
because of the slave trade.
some
Right,
of their
you're right.
samples could have shared more ancestry. Well, so we got to analyze this is what they're saying that their new survey matches this. Now, I want to show us something else on this page that I've seen before that I was tripping off in this same document that I looked over this when I first started talking about it. And you see this Near Easterners here? And they say the ancient Egyptians share more ancestors with the Near Easterners. Well, I want to come to this same document and I'm going to type a word, Nubian. And Shuniman now, in this same document, is saying that about the Nubians got Near Eastern DNA. So I'm like, why they didn't include that in this document?
Oh, that's a different team though, right?
Well, I'm not sure if she's on. I think she
yeah,
was on the team or not. But
keep in mind this document here. This is like the results from a synopsis. So these are reports from multiple different teams. So
so the one Shunima, the lady Verena or whatever was in on this. Let me put her name in here and you'll be able to see it. She was in on this other study about Nubian DNA. Well, my point is they say Nubians had Near Eastern DNA, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they say they see an increase of sub-Saharan African DNA in a later period. But I'm like, how can they determine this if they sitting here saying that Nubians had that same DNA? But let me see if I can find it.
No, but remember, Smash, the sample group that they used for the quote-unquote sub-Saharan African DNA was the Yoruba speakers from Nigeria.
West Africa.
Wait. Say,
right?
What you say?
It was those three mummies, right?
We can look in the study and see. He's basically saying who were the sub-Saharan samples they had.
Right. So the sub-Saharan samples that they used as the identified quote-unquote sub-Saharan group or what represented sub-Saharan Africa was from some Yoruba speakers from Nigeria.
Let's see.
When they could have just took
that's really crazy.
They could have took a Sudanese.
Yeah, I see what you guys are saying.
They could have just took a Sudanese
from the Sudan or something.
Yeah, they could have took somebody from the Sudan.
But that's a different contention that I never raised, which is a very good point.
No, he's saying Rick Kittle. Who did you say? Sword King. That's what he said. He was like, man, that ain't even fair.
I got that
from him. That sample from West Africa.
And that's what I'm saying. They know different than Ngozi, bro. These people know exactly what. In the chat.
Again,
these people,
because we're getting into people's intention, right? When you're saying it's okay, well, if I'm assigning intent to something, I think it's very difficult for us to do that from a scientific paper. I think that's very hard.
So you saying that they couldn't put out the right information?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not.
All right, that's my thing.
Absolutely not what I'm saying.
What I mean is that they couldn't test the people in Sudan instead of testing some other people.
I'm quite sure they
this is
probably
bullshit.
could have, right?
The point that you just brought out was the most bomb bullshit of this article. Don't tell me.
Oh my God.
Look at this. Well, then read this sentence. Look at this, bro. I never even now. You can read things from many different perspectives, but you're telling me to say, in contrast, a substantially larger sub-Saharan African component found primarily in West African Yoruba is seen in modern Egyptians compared to the ancient samples. Seriously, some West African Yoruba DNA. And we gonna say that mean they ain't, oh
But it
my
was there
God.
though, right?
Hold on. So now they was there? Let me get you on record.
It says that the West African Yoruba component is there in the modern population.
No,
right?
what they say is in contrast, a substantially larger sub-Saharan African component the component which is found primarily in West African Yoruba is seen in modern Egyptians.
Okay, now let me stop right there. Let me stop y'all.
And they're
Please,
saying
please,
that
please, hold on, Brandon.
component isn't there.
But hold on, I'm with that, but that's not matching. So
when did it get there?
Look, we fitting a square into we fitting a square peg into a circle because So is this that? Let me ask a simple question: is this data used to be shown that the Nubians who was in the area right there in Egypt wasn't a part of it?
Well, no. That's not what they're saying. That's not.
But that's what the people in this argument who been using this data is trying to show y'all.
No, I think we're reading into it when we say that, right? What they're saying is that the West African component, that West African Yoruba component, right? It's higher in the modern population as it is as compared or contrasted with the ancient population.
I'm with that. I'm asking you.
That's all they're saying. They're not saying that.
Let me ask you something,
anything
though,
about the Nubian piece.
Let me ask you something. Sub-Saharan Africa goes from East Africa to West Africa. Why, if they're trying to find out the population of Egyptians, would they use West African Yoruba DNA and not Sudanese DNA?
That's a good question for the people doing the study.
Well, that's why I'm
just sort of reading the study in terms of what what the study says. I'm not reading into it. I'm not
I won't disagree with this.
Anything.
So let me ask y'all a question. Do any of us think that it was more West African Yoruba DNA in the ancient Egyptians in old times? You see how they set this up, though? Because if you analyze the people who they had a cultural entanglement with, and now this is why I just said I never even mounted this argument, because I think Peter who pointed to this. Somebody else just pointed to this, and I had a light over my head moment.
I got that from Kieda, by the way. So don't big me up.
Kieda said that, and then I'm asking y'all. We all level-minded individuals, right? If we really want to find out,
I'm lost. When you say Yoruba, right? What part of Africa is that? If y'all not saying it's not the
Nigeria.
Sudan,
Nigeria.
All right, Nigeria. Wow. So why they use it? Okay, that's weird.
Somebody just said in the chat, stop saying that they use Sudanese as well.
They're using it. It's there.
Hold on.
What they saying in the chat?
But they're using something.
I read this plenty of times. Right now, we're reading the sentence that we're on, and then we'll get to the rest of it.
I get what Brandon is saying. What Brandon is saying basically is they sequence these mummies. They have their databases. They run it in a calculator. Where it has most affinity with is these West Africans. But what Kieda is saying is when they're saying it dovetails with West Africa or those Nigerians, because that's the data set that they're using.
Yes,
those are right, and that is
simple as
that's a different argument, though.
This stuff is stupid, Stu. Though, look at this. Look at this.
Keep in mind, they talk about the lack of genetic, I guess you would say, completeness in the databases because like for instance, there's a huge lack of samples that have been done over in the Sudan and in the Nubian area and stuff like that.
Well, dudes say they use them.
African teachers. Hold on. Was talking about
we have a claim that they use those, Brendan. Somebody claimed in the chat that they use those, and we're going to see because we're looking at the study. But let's just be clear on what we're reading. They say the larger sub-Saharan African component found primarily in West Africa is what is seen in modern Egyptians compared to the ancient samples. So I want to know, I'm more interested in what about the Africans that was right next to them that were sub-Saharans, not way across the map.
Okay, hold on.
That piece interesting as well? Right?
Well, this piece is very interesting. And honestly, it makes their data more honest. Because they say right here, West African influx. But the people on YouTube is using it to act like the Nubians wasn't there.
Right, yeah.
That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't do that.
Smash. I haven't had a chance to read the whole 2017 Schunemann study. I'm gonna devote some time into doing that. But Africa Teacher in the chat claims that they also used Sudanese DNA, and he's saying, read the study. I don't believe him. He says, don't listen to Keita. Read the data and see who they use. So apparently either Keita is inept, or he has an agenda.
Hold on, what are we reading right now?
Yeah, I'm about to show. This is the Schunemann study. So that's what I'm saying. If somebody want to read it, we can just read it on the screen.
Right?
It's not hella long. So
yeah, Africa Teacher, if you're familiar with the study, please put in the page where it mentions the Sudanese samples that they use as comparison.
So let's read right here. It says, finally, we use two methods to estimate the fractions of sub-Saharan African ancestry. Now that I know they talking about West Africans, but it don't matter. Sub-Saharan African ancestry in ancient and modern Egyptians. Both QP-ADM and the F4 ratio test reveal that modern Egyptians inherited 8% more ancestry from African ancestors than the three ancient Egyptians do. Hold on. Than the three ancient Egyptians do. Do y'all see that?
Hold on. The three ancient Egyptians, I asked y'all about that.
Man.
Those three ancient Egyptians, those are the mummies that they use for the... I'm lost.
So they had hella samples, right? I mean, honestly, you can get lost in here. Because they keep going back to these three, but this is what it is. They had the complete set of everything they needed from only three. I remember that. And they had the full set on three of their samples, and then the other ones they just had pieces and portions. Now someone
so what
that's correct.
What's going
that's
on?
Correct.
They completed three complete genomes.
Yeah, because they say that up at the top somewhere. They we had only three
about.
complete ones, but we had more than just those.
But hold on, this is what y'all got to understand, man. We are E1B1A today. Hold on, listen, hold on.
Go ahead.
We E1B1. Mine say I'm E1B1A today.
Hold on though, James. I know that sounds like a bomb, but the biggest bomb is in blue on the screen.
Okay.
They came with this. So they talk about three people, bruh. So hold on. Tell me if I'm reading this wrong.
Right, yeah.
The studies reveal that modern Egyptians inherited 8% more ancestry from African ancestors than the three ancient Egyptians do? Than the three ancient Egyptians.
Right.
Right.
I mean, it's all
limited.
pretty much
The limited sample size is one of the criticisms, right?
That's one of the. It's about 100 criticisms, Brandon.
Right. Well, I'm just saying that's one of them, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you got to remember, Brenda came with the new study, so we're in 2017 now, and they addressed this by coming with more than three. I ain't saying purportedly, but I haven't confirmed that. But right here, we can all clearly see that they judged that off of three Egyptians. Which
I like to keep it simple.
Are they saying that it's good because it's okay because they got the full sequence of those three? Is that the reason?
That's why those are the strong. They do got more samples. They had like 91 samples. I remember that number.
What they're saying in terms of the technique that was used to recover the DNA and do the analysis, that the process that they were using, this add mix procedure, was a valid one. Right, so that's sort of what they're saying. That's why.
But look at what they're saying.
Be careful. That's why they say be careful in terms of this results.
Hey,
you can't use what we're saying and then throw it across the blanket of all ancient.
I'm asking a question for the audience because if they only complete sequence three mummies and they talked about the 91, so they're not talking about the 91. They're only talking about the three.
I like what Brendan is showing, and I want to point out that ultimately it's in the analogy of not throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Like, they make some mistakes, but there's some stuff in here that is useful, and if they came back with a new study to try to corroborate what they stand, let's look at it clear. What I would like to know, if in the new study, did they only use West Africans again? Because it seemed like they targeting Black Americans for some reason. Like, why you gonna do a survey to show that West African Yoruba DNA influx more in the ancient Egyptians when you know they right there with the Nubians?
Or in the modern Egyptians, yeah.
Yeah, in the modern Egyptians.
In other words, y'all niggas ain't Egyptian.
Yeah, because that was for people who want to tell us that.
That was the full purpose of this.
Because we the ones with black with the West
Glad you said that, Brandon.
That was the full purpose of the study.
Nah. You don't sleep, Brendan.
No.
Hey, Shooting Man was probably in the chat. Hey. she probably in the chat under a
$1.5 million
pseudonym.
in 3 years.
Yeah, because of our YouTubes, bro. They did it because of our YouTubes. Nah, but I'm saying though, tell me a relevant.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question though? A simple question.
Say, yo, we got this nigga.
What is the relevance of knowing that West African Yoruba DNA influxed? Well, before I read that, let's read this. Look, it says, I want, because this is relevant to exactly what I'm about to ask. It says, absolute estimates of African ancestry using these two methods in the three ancient individuals range from 6 to 15%. But in modern samples, it's 14 to 21%. Oh, cut it out. So this is where we was confused. The modern samples and the other one is the one that I think went up to the number 91, but they keep telling us they're comparing three. They had 3 people that had 6 to 8% West African DNA. And then they say in the modern samples, they got 14 to 21%. All right, I'm with that. I like this study. Now that we understand it more, we can't act like the authors did something wrong. It was multiple misinterpretations of this and people weaponizing it and using it incorrectly. It's stuff in here that people say the article said that they never even trying to say.
No, but Smash. The hallmark of a great comment is never, like plainly doing anything. A comment never says
always sleight of hand. Like 3-card Molly. We draw from the hood. We know how to do
it. It's conspiracy, right? It's conspiracy. That's conspiracy thinking. That's conspiracy thinking.
I am.
Are you talking about the users of it? Not. Are you talking about the scientists or the people who use the scientific?
No. Haskell is impugning the authors of this study.
I'm talking about Schuneman and her cohorts, right?
I mean, I ain't against that. That dude.
Let me ask Brendan something. I gotta ask you a question, Brendan.
I'm giving my opinion based on all of the relevant information that I've read on the study design, the time, everything, using all that circumstantial evidence, and I'm making an adjudication.
Did you read this whole study?
The adjudication that I'm making is these are con men who never plainly say anything.
You just said you didn't read the entire 2017 study.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying.
I didn't know who you was talking. I read it.
Right. So because here's the thing. I'm not sensitive to buzzwords and invectives and pejoratives like, well, you're a conspiracy. Okay, fine. I'm alleging a conspiracy. Okay. And
right, flat out.
There we go.
Flat out.
Jump in the car with it, James. Jump in the car.
Yo, he out of control.
James, they know my body, bro. I come up the middle, half back dive.
But I'm with you, Peter. But look, we just figured it out. And it seems like if we understand that they talking about West African DNA, we can admit that that's probably true. Because what some West African DNA was going to be doing there? Now, somebody might say, now you're tripping.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's what, in terms of it. And then there's a narrative. Okay, well, how to get there. Again, right? I don't necessarily like the whole idea say, okay, well, that was due to the trans-Saharan slave trade.
No,
there could be other reasons in terms of why it was there.
What they do, hold on, this is what's going on.
See, this is what they did. They put a banana on the floor, basically. You feel me? That's what you do. You put the banana on the floor. You're not going to tell nobody to fall. You just wait for them to slip on it.
Now you're enabling the conspiracy.
Nah, because they didn't. This ain't a conspiracy. But the banana on the floor is this: that they know how this could be confused up easily by anybody to say that all sub-Saharan DNA can't be found.
Y'all got conclusions what they say.
Doing.
Go to the conclusions and see what they say.
Opinion, right? And one of your defected pseudo killer brethren, Corey, he says this all the time, and I'ma steal it from him. It's called they playing in the gray area named plausible deniability. That's what they doing.
Let me give y'all
that was some nice words from Corey.
Honesty. It's called.
Let me give you the genetic undertone.
Go to the conclusion and see what they say.
Brendan, let me give you the genetic undertone of what they're doing. Okay, so we're E1B1A and we're E1B1A in West Africa. They postulate that they got the E1B1A from the slave trade, right? Ain't that what they're saying?
Right on the screen.
That was the narrative that they had.
They're saying
they say trans-Saharan right on the screen. Correct.
This is what they're doing. They're saying that they got that E1B1A from the slave trade. That's how that DNA got up there. That's why that's their way of explaining how the E1B1A got up there. It got up there from the E because E1B1B is from East Africa. So the only way that they can explain the E1B1A is there is it got there from the slave trade. Do you understand?
Oh, it's checkmate, man. Here they go.
I do understand.
I'm just trying to
Hey, this article ain't bad,
I mentioned
yo.
this. I mentioned this. I mentioned that in terms of
But
the
that's not
narrative
true.
saying, okay,
That's not true.
No,
E1B1A was up there at the time of Ramses. That's what's going on.
Well, I don't know if they're talking about E1B
that's what I'm
and 1A
saying.
or whatever. There's a West.
Somebody
there's a West
want me to
I'm just trying
African
to I'm trying to
component
table
they're
it.
talking about
The
that
The
is contributing from
E1B1A is a
Yoruba.
West African genetic mutation that's
Are
in
they
West
referring
Africa
to the E1B
primarily.
and 1A, or are they referring to something else?
They're referring to the E1B1A. They're saying that they have West African. They said that they were from Nigeria.
Yoruba component. What is
I bet you that their
so
DNA
now
is
you don't
going to
know.
be
You don't know
E1B1A,
what it
Brendan.
is.
You
Now
got to
you're
cut
betting.
it out. That's what's
No,
going on.
now you're betting because
I already know.
Hold on, let's keep it cool. Let's keep it cool.
Right, all right,
I just hear us turning up a little bit, and I'm
you-
pouring
yeah,
water
let's
on
do that.
all turnips. Let's
Oh,
go.
yeah,
Let's
I'm
not
just trying
cut
to
each
ask
other
Brendan
off because
calm.
that's the chief leading
Let
way
me
to
ask you
turn it up.
calmly, Brendan.
Yeah, but this is a good conversation.
Do
though. I like
you know where E1B1A is primarily
I know
located?
that's a
at?
West African component. Yeah.
Okay. So genetically, for them to say that that they had a Nigerian Yoruba component, I'm guaranteing you that the haplogroup that they're using, that it is that E1B1A mark. Okay.
But there's some other sub components to that, right? There's something beyond just E1B1A. Because they mentioned a West African Yoruba component.
That's in
right?
Nigeria.
Which I'm presuming that's something more specific than
you
just
know that we can
E1B1A.
pull up.
Right?
That's not
E1B1A
gonna be
is
the
very broad.
That's not the same DNA as the Nubians and stuff. And my argument is saying that the black people who would have been there would be reflecting Sudanese DNA. I would just say that. But they honestly, some of the bashery, Brendan is good for bringing this forward because even in the 2017, I just read an article that is not Shuniman doing the mistake. She tell people right here, don't do that. But it's other people who say that article show it wasn't that. And she gonna get a disclaimer and they never read the disclaimer. Right before my brother, African teacher, our sister, who said, he wants us to refer to figure 5, and figure 5 has an A and a B. He says F3. And so when I went to supplemental figure 5, it's not showing anything. I'm not finding this JK22 stuff. So I'm sorry. That's my shortcoming. Maybe we could do that. But if I can find what she said right here, she like, man, don't use this to be saying nothing else than what it says. It was right behind the last sentence. I'll surrender real quick till I find it.
Yeah, there's a place in the conclusion where it says that. In terms of what you can't use this particular study for, right? Because always most scientific articles are structured in a very similar way, right? And towards the end, it gives you the conclusions, and in the conclusion, there's a couple things, right? In the conclusion, that's where people can be very poetic in terms of how they can use this. This is important because of that. Basically, you're giving yourself a pat on the back, talking about how important the work you
They
just
said,
did,
look at this.
right?
It's
And
saying they got the SL.
I'm looking at all this. You feel me?
Right. And then it also
Come
talks
on,
about
Smash. You
the
gotta
limitations.
stop it, bro.
I ain't even tripping.
I'm not trying to hear that. That is our identification to back my
No, well, let
race.
Brendan finish. He wasn't saying he trying to hear. He wasn't talking about you. He was reading the screen, Brendan. Let's let. Hold on, we over talking Brendan like they do on other shows. Come on, man. It's Brendan's turn.
My bad, Brendan.
Hold on.
I was
Let's get some
reading.
order real quick.
I'm
I'm gonna mute
reading
everybody.
like,
I know it.
Now, Brendan, it's your turn to talk uninterrupted because we need to have order. Brendan, if you can unmute, please, that'd be cool. Real quick, I'm asking you to unmute. Sirius B. Hopefully it works. Well, you might not be in a position where you can unmute, but I keep clicking ask to unmute. So I'm gonna just make it back so everybody can. All right, y'all can all unmute yourself. I was trying to give Brendan the floor.
Okay, my bad. I was on mute.
Oh yeah. Everybody stay on mute and let Brendan talk real quick. Yeah.
No, I was just sort of reiterating what I was mentioning earlier in terms of like the structure of these particular scientific articles, right? And it kind of, I don't know where I kind of got cut off, in terms of, again, you got your abstract, you've got the bulk of this particular study that talks about the methods, everything that they use. They talk about the data analysis. That's the place that meet the middle of it. That's for the scientists, right? And towards the very end, you talk about conclusions and limitations, right? The conclusions, that's where the scientists are pretty much patting themselves on the back, saying, okay, well, this particular study can be used for this, and here's why it's valuable. Here's the importance of it. And again, right, you have to be very careful with conclusions as well when they start talking about what they can actually use the particular study for.
Now look,
in
y'all.
the conclusions, they also talk about what those limitations are, right? What I mentioned earlier, and it talks about the limitations in terms of people doing exactly what they shouldn't be doing with this article. And Schuneman and the team, they said, don't do exactly what people are doing with this particular article, making statements about the entirety of the ancient Egyptian populations across all of these time spans, right, based on this particular study. They're saying, don't do it. And even in the 2021 study, you can't do it.
You're right.
Right.
I mean, I'm with that because I'm about to read this, y'all. Now, when we indict over this stuff, we got to indict the right people. It ain't Schuneman doing something. I'm with y'all on a little bit, 5% on the conspiracy, but actually it's the people using this data that's messing it up because they won't show you this sentence. Read what it says. However, we note that all our genetic data were obtained from a single site in Middle Egypt and may not be representative for all of ancient Egypt.
Yep.
So they saying that right here. But the people
but Smash, you can't put the opposite of that on the front page of the fucking, I'm sorry, the front page of the newspaper in bold print with exclamations and bells and whistles and all kind of glitter and shit going off and fireworks and you know what I'm saying?
That's how it's done, though.
And the title is actually, the title say they got more sub-Saharan DNA just to make you jump and click.
Hold on. And then in the back page by the goddamn crossword puzzles and the funnies, you got the real shit. Nah, you playing both sides. You double speaking. You being slick.
That's how scientific articles are written, though.
That ain't right.
Well, let's read on. Well,
that's even papers like for instance, I'll give you an example. If you go to college right now and get like an advanced degree, a PhD or a master's degree, the papers that you write are going to be structured this very same way. And at the very end is where you give your limitations and don't do this and don't do that. You don't necessarily put that in your abstract, right? That stuff is actually meant for your conclusions and at the very end in terms of limitations, because there's a limitation to any study, right? People don't have unlimited amounts of resources and money. You don't have unlimited amounts of time. You don't have unlimited access to tools and things like that. So you have to be honest scientifically and put those limitations within your papers. And that's the appropriate place to do it, or at least I would say that's how it's done, is in your conclusions and in the very end of your paper.
Well, I'll hear that. I mean, hey, they talking about West African DNA. Anybody want to pull this up? Go right ahead. So they in here. They gonna tell us which haplogroup. I think they doing some E1B1. See, look. All right, now they about to tell us. It says the affinity to the Middle East finds further support by the Y chromosome haplogroups for the 3 individuals of which genome-wide data was obtained, 2 of which could be assigned to the Middle Eastern haplogroup J and 1 to haplogroup E1B1. I don't even know how many B1. So it's E1B1B1, commonly in North Africa. Now hold on. Because we know when we get to the E1B1s, them is all coming from the bigger E group. They just, like, this is really close to E1B1A or not?
Yes, but
let
me tell you, Smash. It starts off at E1B1A and the E1B1B splits. See, the other one, that is a later mutation. The more of those letters and numbers you get, it tells you how it's mutating down. But Ramesses is E1B1A. So he's before that mutation right there. That is how you date the mutation of these haplogroups. See, they think I'm just gonna sit back. But I'm trying to tell you, even that E1B1 is a later mutation, and we know that Ramesses haplogroup is E1B1A, which is what West Africans are today. Africans was E1B1A over there back in those days. But see, they want to say that it's slave DNA. See what I'm saying? Because the DNA, the time frame that they got that DNA from is probably in the New Kingdom or something. I'm telling you. I'm with Peter on this. It's just that y'all don't understand what they doing. See, they talking about Europe.
I think you're saying things I don't think you can substantiate.
I bet you
can't say I bet.
I can bet you, Brendan, if we can ever find what haplogroup that they use for this, it's gonna be E1B1A.
There we go. Homework report. Let's find what that is. What is that West African component that they found?
The challenge is the haplogroup that they're going to use for that West African sample.
The West African Yoruba component. What was
that?
I
don't think it's going to be E1. Well, we could just probably do that right now. What is what
if that's the case, then that makes their research even better. I mean, if you ask me, James, because if they're using E1B1A, then we can't say that's limited. They went and got a sample from West Africa that they can't find. You can find E1B1A in the Nubians, correct?
Not in today's population. They're predominantly E1B1B.
Right. Oh,
that's why Gozy. See, listen. That's why Gozy keeps splitting it down the middle and saying that we West African niggas. Y'all gotta understand what's going on. They don't want to admit that E1B1A was once in motherfucking the Nile Valley. So they saying it's just they cutting it off and saying it's slave DNA.
I don't think there's
what's going on.
I think that's something
You
that's
don't know
widely
what's
known.
going on, Brendan.
I'm listening to
I
everybody.
think that's widely known. Ramses had it, right?
What's up?
Let me tell you something, man. They sleep on James, bro. I'm telling you that right now. They try to act like James some kind of dummy. Nah, bro. James
I'm not
on
saying
point.
that at all. No.
I know you're not saying that, but I'm trying to simplify this for you, Brendan. What's going on? I've studied this. I know exactly what's going on. They attributed it to slave DNA.
But I don't want to oversimplify what's going on.